could be heard to these residential areas as well. You understand the gravity of the situation, the impact it caused, and what remains is only this entire plane is in tatters, you can see, and the more than 10 fire brigade teams are on the spot. Now, what we understand is that the Prime Minister office and the CM has taken cognizance. There are all the officials are rushing in to this site, and the airport operations have been halted till at least 5 p.m. right now. And more visuals coming in, viewers. There is no statement yet from the Tata Group. They only say that they are ascertaining the details. There is no official confirmation, but what we know is that, at least from our sources in Air India, is that 105 casualties confirmed. This is the breaking news we have right now, what we know so far in this case. And in fact, Air India plane with 242 people on board, it departed from 1:39 p.m. It departed 1:39 p.m. from the runway. Okay, these are visuals from outside the hospital. All right, we have some...
We have a statement from the Tata Group which says that they are very sorry about this, profound sorrow. They say there's been a tragic incident following 171, and then the rest of it, I must say, Mr. Chandrasekhar has just put out a templated reply, and trying to divert attention from responsibility by saying their focus is on affected people and their families. And this is not the reply that one expects from the Tata Group. This is a templated reply aimed at diverting responsibility when they very well know that issues have been serious and grave about how they've been running Air India, and these questions will only get more serious as days go forward. Templated reply from the Tata Group right now, aimed at diverting attention from their complicity and culpability and their accountability for an incident like this. Ladies and gentlemen, we are reporting live right now that Gujarat Chief Minister Vijay Rupani was on board. An Air India plane has crashed in the Gujarat's Meghani area near Ahmedabad. This is Air India flight 171. What you're seeing is a huge ball of smoke while the plane is unable to lift off, take height, and there's one last attempt made by the pilot to sort of gain ground. You see the nose of the plane trying to lift off, but he's unable to do that, and the plane crashes with 2 pilots and 10 cabin crew. Captain Sumit Sabarwal is first officer. We are going to try and get more information, and first officer is Clive Kundar. And there are 242 souls on board. 105 have been confirmed to have died in this incident. The Tata Group has put out just a templated statement. Naturally, we hope they will give something more important, more relevant at a later point of time. And ladies and gentlemen, we are right now, most unfortunately, sharing with you the news that the 242 people are on board the aircraft, consisting of 2 pilots and 10 crew. And 242 people includes more than 50 British nationals and over 160 Indian nationals, including a lot of children. The Prime Minister has spoken to Amit Shah. The Prime Minister has spoken to Amit Shah right now, and he has directed Amit Shah to go to Ahmedabad. So the Home Minister may be going to Ahmedabad, we are told, after this terrible tragedy which has happened, and of which we are still continuing to get more details. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to share with you the visuals right now on the screen of the body of the aircraft. You can see the body of the aircraft and parts of the aircraft completely strewn about over a very large area, very large area. Some trees have broken, parts of homes. It's quite clear here that there could have been some injuries, at least on the ground as well, because the entire plane crashes from 825 feet high is when it starts losing altitude, and somewhere around 600 feet. Somewhere around 600 feet is the last time when it's captured on Flight Radar 24, ladies and gentlemen, on Flight Radar 24. And I have with me out here,
the aircraft
details.
Lost the height. The aircraft lost the height, and in a very low altitude it crashed. And,
yes, terrible pictures are coming in right now, which I'm getting. Terrible pictures are coming in right now as I'm getting, and I'm getting names of people, tickets, such a human tragedy. And so avoidable out here, because Air India has been told for the longest time,
yes,
get your act together, but they couldn't care less. And the Tata Group completely backed the dysfunctional CEO, and now they'll take action against him. We've been telling them for the longest time, just because they're a big group, they can't get away with this.
Yes.
They can't get away with this. There has to be accountability. You can't own Air India and when it happens, pass on the responsibility to someone else. You can't be Diageo owning RCB, letting people die. And the big companies, the problem is with the big companies in this country, they think they can get away with anything. And this is terrible. And this has been told, and every time we have mentioned these things in the past, and we have mentioned mistakes that the Tata Group is doing, mistakes with Air India, the entire Tata Group comes out in its defense, and they think this is meddlesome media asking them questions about how they are running Air India. Well, if they don't have the competence, they can get away with it. We do not need these groups to run the airlines of this country. This is a complete disgrace. And this statement also from Mr. Chandrasekharan is an absolute disgrace. Ladies and gentlemen, Akshata, can you take this forward?
Yes,
this is the Ahmedabad, London, Gatwick plane flight Air India 171.
Yes, there have been recurring issues, as you pointed out.
There have been recurring and persistent issues.
Yes, persistent issues, and especially in the long-haul Air India routes. We've seen those reports coming in time and again, be it clogged lavatories, and there have been persistent issues. There have been issues of many
but these are engine issues. The fact is, we are now confirmed these are engine issues. What you're seeing on air, you are seeing on air, the plane is struggling, ladies and gentlemen, to gain any height. It's struggling to gain height. That means there are major maintenance issues.
Yes.
And there is no way you can give a templated statement and get away with it. It is struggling to gain altitude. It is stalling and it crashes into a residential area. And I know that Air India will now say we will take action and issue an inquiry.
Yes.
But the Civil Aviation Minister of this country must answer questions. Why did he let the Tata Group get away with it for so long? Who in this country will ask the questions? Will the government not ask the Tata Group? Or will it be delegated like it was done in other cases as well? This is a disgrace. This is such a disgrace. And the Boeing company also needs to be brought into the picture. Immediately. Can I get some of the retired captains, Air India pilots and experts on what they are seeing here? Can we please get that on air? It should have automatically happened by now, and I should have had the experts to make sense of the visuals that we are seeing. Can we do that, please?
Aging aircraft have also worsened the problems, Arnab. We have seen time and again the fleet of Air India, the 777s and the 787 Dreamliners. They have been flagged time and again by the aviation.
No, but why did Air India continue to fly these Boeing planes which are being investigated elsewhere? Because there were commercial interest. Yes. Air India makes a lot of money. Air India has increased plane tickets. Air India has made it very difficult. Air India is very arrogant since the Tata Group took over. Air India has major maintenance problems. But they seem to feel that because they're a big group, they'll get away with anything, including murder. This is terrible. I mean, someone needs to put them in the dock on this, because what is their accountability? And I'm asking that question tonight. What is the Tata Group doing?
Absolutely.
And ladies and gentlemen, we can now tell you that the Prime Minister has spoken to Amit Shah and Civil Aviation Minister Ram Mohan Naidu. He has asked them to go to Ahmedabad and ensure all possible assistance is extended to those affected in the wake of the mishap. At the gate of the doctor's hostel, the plane crashed. At the gate of the doctor's hostel, we are told the plane has crashed, and it crashed from 800 feet height, 825 feet height. We need Harsha. We need our reporters, Harsha. We need Abhishek to be somewhere around. We need our stringers on the ground. We need to have live outside the Tata Group headquarters in Colaba, near the Taj Hotel. We need to have our reporters at Air India. Can I see our reporters live on the ground, please? Right? And I need them right now. Okay? I need them right now. And it cannot be that there is no accountability in a case like this, and all the people of the country are going to get right now are templated replies from Mr. Chandrasekharan's office, the Tata Group office and Air India, and nobody is going to question Tata Group because it's a big company. If it had been the government owning, by now everybody would have been asking for the resignation of the Civil Aviation Minister, for resignation of the Home Minister, for resignation of the Prime Minister. But when it comes to Tata Group, nobody is going to ask questions. Private company. So nobody is supposed to ask any questions, and they are supposed to get away with these templated replies. It's really unfortunate. And ladies and gentlemen, we don't have details right now, but I'm getting more visuals. I'm also going to try and get details from the British High Commission and others. If there's a statement from the British High Commission, we need to get our reporting teams on the ground, ladies and gentlemen. Some really terrible pictures of charred bodies of men and women on the ground that I have. which are so graphic I can't show them. The visuals which we can show, we are showing on air. And our prayers are with the families, ladies and gentlemen. Our prayers are with the family members. Nobody should have to go through this. And nobody should be allowed to get away with this. Rakshita, if the Tata
visuals.
Group thinks it can get away with this, it can't. It got a sweet deal from the government, and the government should make the Tata Group answerable.
Absolutely.
Rakshita.
And, there have been many a times India has been under scanner for the past 2 years, Arnab, and it has gotten away for the past 2 years, and we cannot wait.
Consistently got away with the past 2 years. Consistently, please.
And if you talk about this aircraft, we were talking about the aircraft, and we can also have our experts who can actually shed more light on that. You know, this the 787 has had many incidents. We have many.
You're seeing debris of the plane right now. You're seeing a visual out there. This video, this now is a video. Sometime back, it was there as a screenshot. So it's completely destroyed. The plane is destroyed. The plane is broken into multiple pieces. It is strewn over a very large area. And people are in shock. Harsha is outside the DGCA. Harsha, what are you hearing? Harsha, what are you hearing? What is DGCA saying about Air India and the Tata Group?
Yes. So right now we have got to know, Arnab, that a few officials from the DGCA will also leave from Ahmedabad, and also what we have gotten to know is that now investigation in the older safety cases against the Air India will also be opened by DGCA and by BCAS as well. Right now the DGCA officials are not speaking to us. We try to go inside this DGCA.
They know an explanation. Are they going to do a press conference or only issue statements after this?
Speak.
What do they mean by saying, why is the DGCA not doing a press conference? How many reporters are there? Can you go in? You have a right to ask. They can't lock you out outside. Go inside and ask the DGCA to speak to you.
So Arnab, right now, this is the office. We tried to go inside earlier as well, but the guards stopped us. And right now, what we are trying to tell is that apart from us, there's no media channel right now here. There's no media channel right now here. And the direction to this office is right now from this route only. And earlier also, we were stopped saying that DGC officials will not speak to any media. We were told that you need a proper.
How can they say we will not speak to the media? What do they say? Who do they think they are that they are saying they will not speak to the media? Who will they speak to? How can DGCA say we are not speaking to the media? I think you should call them up from the reception, tell them to be answerable, and we have a press conference right where you're standing out there. They are the ones who have given a long rope to Air India for so long since the Tata Group took over. They need to be answerable. Who's telling you they can't speak? And can you tell us, where is Air India? Are you speaking to the Air India sources? What are they telling you? What are you hearing from inside sources at Air India?
So Arnab, from the inside sources of Air India, we have gotten to know that there was an engine failure issue. And we have got to know that the plane has crashed from 820 feet to 820 feet height. And also we have got to know the pilots couldn't get the time to dispose the oil in the aircraft, and that is the reason there was a heavy plane crash. And also,
but have they told you? Have they even told you the reason, whether it's an engine stall or what?
The problem in the engine.
Okay, I have Ravi Bakola. Ravi, आपको आवाज आ रही है, Ravi जी?
Speaking right now.
Yes, आ रही सर, आ रही है.
नमस्कार, आप कहाँ पे, कौन से लोकेशन पे हैं आप अभी इस वक्त, रवि जी?
सर मैं जहाँ पे प्लेन क्रैश हुआ उसी जगह.
क्या आप हमें दिखा सकते हैं आपके कैमरा पे फुल फ्रेम जरा 50-50 चल के मैं देखना चाहता हूँ. आप मुझे ग्राउंड रिपोर्ट बता दीजिए. आप इस वक्त ग्राउंड पे है, तो आपके आसपास आप क्या मेघानी एरिया में है?
जी सर, मेघानी नगर एरिया में हूँ. मेघानी नगर एरिया में.
आप बताइए क्या हो रहा है आपके आसपास, जरा बताइए प्लीज, लोकेशन एस्टैब्लिश करते हुए टॉप बैंड जी.
सर अहमदाबाद एयरपोर्ट से काफी 2 मिनट के दूर पे मेघानी नगर आया हुआ है. उधर जाके प्लेन क्रैश हुआ था. उसमें बताया जा रहा है विजय रूपानी जो पूर्व मुख्यमंत्री है वो भी शामिल थे. हमारे पास उनकी टिकट भी सामने आई है. टिकट का नंबर है उनका G6FK4M2. उनका जो ये टिकट का नंबर है. काफी बताया जा रहा है कि विजय रूपानी जहाँ पे प्लेन के अंदर बैठे, ऐसा सूत्रों के हवाले से खबर मिली है, और उनका टिकट भी हमारे पास है.
रवि, जरा अपना कैमरा घुमा सकते हैं, जरा आसपास दिखा सकते हैं क्या कुछ दिख रहा है? अगर आप कैमरा का फ्रंट कैमरा ऑन करके जरा घुमा सके कि हमें समझ में आए क्या हो रहा है बाहर, किस तरह का माहौल है बाहर.
जी
रवि जी.
सर
जी
आ रहे हैं। ये जीआईडीपी का एक कैंपस था, इधर एक हॉस्टल भी था, हॉस्टल के अंदर काफी आग लगी है, काफी लोग जलने की अभी बात चल रही है। आप बात देख रहे हैं लोग कैसे अपने घरों से देख रहे हैं, लोग पैंडल चढ़ के अपने जो प्लेन क्रैश हुआ है उधर जा रहे हैं। अब हमारे साथ एक स्थानीय लोग हैं, उससे हम बात करेंगे वो क्या कहना चाहते हैं। आपने इधर रहने वाले तो क्या कहोगे आप?
मतलब काफी लोग यहाँ अहमदाबाद के ये जो आ रहे हैं, काफी लोग की मतलब यहाँ क्या हुआ है क्या नहीं। वहाँ एक चाय की किटली पर एक मतलब फैमिली थी, वो पूरी तबाह हो गई क्योंकि वहीं पर प्लेन क्रैश हुआ और साथ में जाने वाले 2-3 बाइक सवार भी थे, वो भी आग में झुलस गए और उनको स्थानीय लोग सिविल हॉस्पिटल में ले गए।
सर ये स्थानिक है, उसने बताया कि लोगों को स्थानिक हॉस्पिटल में ले जा रहा है, अभी बॉडी निकल रही है।
कोई सर्वाइवल
हॉस्टल पे गिरा है, कोई बॉडीज गिरा है, कोई बिल्डिंग पे गिरा है।
रक्षिता क्या बोल रही है आप? रक्षिता, कैन वी रक्षिता बी ऑन एयर विद मी व्हाइल वी आर टॉकिंग अबाउट दिस?
आई थिंक बिल्डिंग, रवि जी कोई बिल्डिंग पे गिरा है, हॉस्टल पे गिरा है, आप कह रहे हैं हॉस्टल में आग लग गई।
डॉक्टर्स हॉस्टल के पास बोल रहे थे।
हॉस्टल था जो सिविल हॉस्पिटल था, उसके बगल में ही हॉस्पिटल के रेसिडेंस डॉक्टर उधर रहते थे उधर। आप देख रहे हैं ये एम्बुलेंस, ये फायर ब्रिगेड है, वो भी आ रही है, एम्बुलेंस भी आ रही है।
All right, the fire brigade on your screen, viewers. We have multiple casualties. That's why you see that there are one after the other, the ambulances and the fire brigade team that are being rushed. I think we have just lost that audio with Ravi. Ravi, आप सुन पा रहे हैं? जो
अभी by the way
सुन पा रहा।
रवि जी आप जरा स्क्रीन पे आ जाइए। और अभी जो मुझे खबर मेरे पास आ रही है, फ्लाइट रेडार 24 वहाँ से देयर इज इंफॉर्मेशन दैट इनिशियल एडीएस डेटा फ्रॉम फ्लाइट AI 171 shows that the aircraft reached a maximum barometric altitude of 625 feet. Airport altitude is about 200 feet, and then it started to descend with a vertical speed of 475 feet per minute. So it was a steep fall, बहुत शार्प फॉल है। आप अभी जहाँ पे है, एग्जैक्ट क्रैश साइट कितना दूर है वहाँ तक?
मैं जहां क्रैश हुआ उधर से 200 मीटर की दूरी पे हूँ। स्थानिक जो फायर ब्रिगेड
2-3 मिनट्स में पुलिस, बाकी सभी बॉडियां, सिविल एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन, कॉर्पोरेशन वगैरह सभी लोग आ गए थे। फायर फाइटर वगैरह स्थल पे हाजिर है। लोगों को बचाने की और रेस्क्यू करने की कार्रवाई जारी है। ऑलमोस्ट 70 से 80% एरिया हमने क्लीन कर लिया, बाकी आने समय में हम लोग क्लियर कर लेंगे। मैं सभी मीडिया के मित्रों से रिक्वेस्ट करता हूँ, सभी हमसे सहयोग करें। जितनी पुलिस, उसके अलावा जितनी भी एजेंसी, आर्मी, BSF, CISF, कॉर्पोरेशन, कलेक्टर ऑफिस के सभी स्टाफ, सभी यहाँ काम में लगे हुए हैं। प्लीज़ हमसे सहयोग करिए और थोड़ी सी हमारे लिए जगह बना के रखिए ताकि हम एम्बुलेंस को ग्रीन कॉरिडोर बना के हॉस्पिटल तक पहुंचा सके। थैंक यू।
अच्छा, आई कैन कंफर्म राइट नाउ कि ये दिस इज अ ह्यूज क्रैश ऑफ अ ड्रीमलाइनर, of a 787 Dreamliner, and there have been concern about this Dreamliner for a very long time out here. We have an emergency number which has been shared by us. We will put it on the screen. It's 1-800-569-1444. 1-800-569-1444. 1444. That is the number that we have. रवि जी, आपकी जो लोकेशन है, इसमें आप ज़रा क्रैश साइट के जितने पास जा सके आप जाइए ऑफ कोर्स, और फिर मैं वापस आपके साथ ऑन द ग्राउंड रहूँगा, आपके साथ संपर्क में रहूँगा मैं। तो आप ज़रा अगर मूव करें उस एरिया तो हम ग्राउंड रिपोर्ट्स देते रहेंगे। बहुत बड़ा इंसिडेंट है ये, और इस पे खबर तो बिल्कुल हर सेकंड हमारे पास आ रही है। बट जिस तरह से हालत दिख रहे हैं वहाँ पे, मुझे ये कहा कि 10 लोग ऑन द ग्राउंड वो कैजुअल्टीज़ हुई है, जो प्लेन में नहीं थे, जो कैजुअल्टीज ऑन द ग्राउंड हुई है रवि जी, क्योंकि वो डॉक्टर्स हॉस्टल के आसपास कहीं पे क्रैश हुई।
ग्राउंड में बैठे की जो बात कर रहे हैं आप, वो वॉचमैन थे, काफी डॉग भी 3-4 लोग उधर मर गए हैं। जो आसपास से सिक्योरिटी गार्ड थे, उनका भी डेथ होने की खबर अभी आ रही है।
जी 3 companies of the army have been pressed into action on this, and external affairs
वो अभी इसकी छानबीन चल रही है। पुलिस प्रशासन उसकी अभी तहकीकात कर रहा है कि कौन सी एजेंसी के कर्मचारी ये आग के झपेट में आ गए हैं। वो अभी तपास पुलिस कर रही है।
जी रक्षिता, over to you.
Yes, इनफैक्ट रवि जी, अगर अभी भी क्या कुछ धुआं जो है वो अभी तक क्या सिचुएशन कंट्रोल में है वहाँ पर, जहाँ तक आपकी जानकारी है, कुछ बता सकते हैं? क्योंकि जो आग है कि वो बहुत बड़ी आग की लपटें जो बहुत भयावह थी।
जो आप जो दृश्य में जो देख रहे हैं विजुअल, वो बहुत बड़ी मात्रा में आग के विजुअल है और लोग काफी आसपास के लोगों को काफी उधर से दूरी कर रहे हैं। पुलिस और फायर ब्रिगेड और एनडीआरएफ की टीम भी उधर आ चुकी है। काफी लोगों को इधर से दूरी दूरी पे भगा रहे हैं क्योंकि किसी को कोई नुकसान ना होवे, क्योंकि लोग फायर ऑफिसर और अन्य ऑफिसर बता रहे हैं कि इसके अंदर लायु जो ब्लास्ट होने का जो है, अभी आप देख रहे हो पीछे जो पुलिस जो किसी को दौड़ा रही है, आप देख रहे हैं पुलिस सभी को पीछे से हटा रही है। आप देख रहे हैं कि भीड़ काफी हो गई है तो कंट्रोल करना बहुत मुश्किल है, तो पुलिस अभी इन लोगों को पीछे हटने का कह रही है, पीछे आप हट जाओ।
जी, अगर आप दिखा सके क्या कुछ उस वक्त जो आप दिखा सके अभी क्या सूरत हाल है ग्राउंड जीरो पे। और जहां तक बात है, ये लोगों ने सुना होगा, अगर कोई वहां पर होगा जिसने आई विटनेस जिसने सुना होगा, क्या आपने उनसे बात करी है? किस वक्त उनको ये सुनाई दिया धमाके की, कोई आवाज आई उनको?
सर आप उधर थे? हमारे साथ एक आप इधर देख के आए, क्या माहौल है, किस तरह से आप देख रहे थे?
क्या करने का, देखो मारते जाला पुलिस वाला, लेकिन क्या लोग आने में तो अच्छा रहे ना, इसके लिए भीड़ ना करे, हम वापस आ गए।
आप उधर से कहा कैसा माहौल अभी उधर?
माहौल तो गंभीर परिस्थिति है वहाँ की, तो वहाँ की स्थिति है बहुत खराब है। फिर भी अपने यहाँ की पूरी टीम लगी हुई है, अपनी कोशिश पूरी कर रही है, जो बचा हुए काम को पूरा कर रही है।
आप उधर से क्या कहोगे?
नॉर्मल स्थिति अभी तो
आप उधर से
इधर आगे ही टर्निंग पे मतलब प्लेन है, इसका जो विंग होता है साइड में वो गिरा है, पर इसके बाद आधे 10-15 मिनट बाद भी पुलिस आ गई है, मतलब कर रही है अभी, तो अभी थोड़ा टाइम लगेगा।
कैसा धमाका हुआ था, आप देखा तो आप स्थानिक हो?
धमाका तो बहुत खतरनाक हुआ था, पर आवाज उतना नहीं आया था, पर जो प्लेन गिरा है उसके हिसाब से बहुत खतरनाक धमाका हुआ।
जी,
आप देख रहे हो ये सब लोग हैं जो देख के पीछे आए हैं, ये सब लोग।
जी, I have some more visuals on the ground.
जी,
And Rakshita, I will describe the visuals. I'm sending them across to our input team. Alisha can check them out. And as I'll describe the visuals as you put them on air, you know, the residential, I have pictures of the residential complex near which the plane crashed, and the whole place is completely charred. I am seeing here cars which are totally burnt, and there are ambulances and there are lots of people on the ground who are watching. This plane seems to have hit or gone on top of a residential complex or flown through a residential complex, and it's totally and completely devastated. The cars are burnt to an extent that there is just the shell of the body which is there. So if you're seeing the extent of damage on the ground, we are now told that there are at least, we are told that there are at least 12. Keep the breaking news plates. I know you got the helpline number. Can you keep the breaking news plates below, please? Don't let me tell my news desk what to do. There are a lot of this whole building. We are told there are 12 people who have died on the ground, but it could be more actually. I don't want to rush to. I do not want to rush to any conclusions out here. But there are people who are on stretchers who are there, who have died. You know, unless their stretchers have been now pulled out, there are a lot of people on the ground. I do not know if the people whose bodies I'm seeing on the ground are those of the passengers or those who are hit on the ground, but it could have been those of the passengers because all bodies are burnt, they're incinerated, and there are a lot of people. Please be careful with the visuals. They're very disturbing visuals, ladies and gentlemen, and you'll have to be careful with the use of the visuals, especially since you're running them first time on air, to show the sensitivity out there. 53 British nationals are among those. 53 British nationals are among those who have died in this most unfortunate incident. We've seen just a templated reply from the Tata Group, nothing else.
12 dead confirmed from the
Absolutely nothing more than a templated reply from the Tata Group. We are very sorry, and that's all they say. We are now told the Prime Minister may be coming to Ahmedabad, and Amit Shah, Home Minister, may be going to Ahmedabad as well. I am told, right? And the part of the plane has fallen on a student's mess in the BJ Medical College. There is a large medical college, we're told, which is associated with the Ahmedabad Civil Hospital. I'm getting another set of visuals of part of the fuselage of the plane. So a complete and absolute disaster on the ground. I can see there. As I'm describing these visuals, it is extremely sad, And again, the Tata Group, all the Tata Group has done is put out a templated reply saying that we're very sorry. And I'm sure they're going to pass it off to the Air India as well. And there is a NOTAM which has been issued at the Ahmedabad airport. Air India has given a hotline number. I've given one more set of visuals, maybe that can be run full frame out there. And what I'm seeing here is part of the plane body which is lying there. I can see the tail of the plane on top of the building. The tail of the plane on top of the building, and part of it can be taken full frame, in fact, if you get the visuals, and part of the body of the plane is strewn around. So this is very, very, very bad damage which has happened on the ground. You are seeing the visuals there, viewers. You are seeing the visuals there. This is just terrible. Part of the plane is on, can you see this, Rakshita? The tail end of the plane is on top of the building, and part of the plane is just lying on the ground. And it's huge. You're seeing this part of the plane which is almost about 15 meters, which is on the ground, and the tail of the plane is on top of the building. This is a very, very bad situation. This is a complete engine crash which has happened on board, and the plane is itself 10 years old, which means it is not, aircraft stay for about 15 years, we're told, 15 years. This plane is about 10-year-old. It was delivered to Air India on 28 January 2014. It's a 10-year-old plane. Okay, so it's not a very old plane, which means terrible. It's a huge, huge, huge issue of maintenance that Air India and Tata Group will have to answer. Now, you may be asking why I'm mentioning Tata Group, because the eventual responsibility is on the Tata Group. And this is the biggest aircraft crash in the country since the Kozhikode crash. And the Kozhikode clash was 7th August 2020 when Air India Express Dubai Kozhikode flight overshot the runway. It landed at Calicut International Airport. 18 people were killed, but 172 survived. These are pictures from Ahmedabad Civil Hospital. On the phone or live? Please tell me both, either which way. Yeah. Okay, so Parvez Damania is with us. He's run an airline in the past. He knows the industry well. Parvez, very, very, very disastrous news that is coming. From your experience, what are we seeing here?
Arnab, I think this is extremely tragic, and I'm absolutely shocked what has happened. This company, Air India, is owned by Tatas now. I'm sure they must have not cut any costs as far as engineering or maintenance of the aircraft is concerned. And this is a great aircraft manufactured by the Boeing company. But just to bring you up to speed, this is the 8th incident or accident occurred on a 787. Today was the 8th one where the hull loss is completely total. So this aircraft, though it's been manufactured by Boeing and one of the best in the world, it has had its controversy, it has had its problems. The battery was a big issue on this aircraft. Right now, to determine what must have happened, why the crash occurred is very difficult to say.
Yeah, of course. But I wonder why controversial planes are allowed to fly in India. And Air India, which you're saying is not cutting corners, continues to fly them?
No, you see, Air India must have taken this as a part of the entire fleet. They could not have picked and chosen what fleet to take and what not fleet to take. But it's a highly successful aircraft, flying all over the world, but it has had its issues. All aircraft have issues. So this had its issues. Now, why
Can we have
such a short time on takeoff, immediately it crashed is very shocking.
Yeah, absolutely. I need Harsha live. Parvez, just stay on with us, sir. We have Harsha also with us, I think. I would like to have the reporters live, please. Right, I have enough information. I would like the reporters live, please. Now, what I have information is that this has fallen on top of an undergraduate, medical college hospital, medical college hostel. So, Riyanka is outside the Civil Aviation Ministry. What are you getting there, Riyanka, can you be alert? Okay, she's not alert, so input should not transfer reporters who are not alert and who are not lined up at a time like this. And Aditi, what you can do is, you can maybe get an okay from Alisha before you tell me that someone is live on air, right? Yeah, so please, I'm not here going to guide my news desk on how to behave at a time like this. Okay, now, ladies and gentlemen, this aircraft was flown by an experienced pilot, Captain Sumit Sabharwal, is an LTC with 8,200 years of experience. The co-pilot had 1,100 years of experience. I will describe the visuals if you run them, please. And we have seen that the body is strewn. Rakshita, please be fully alert on this. The body of the plane is completely strewn over a very large area, right? So the plane explodes, and parts of the body of the plane lands in different areas. This particular hostel is what it lands over, and then the blast happens. The blast is so large because all the oil is in the plane that it obviously would affect a very large area in the periphery of where this accident has happened. It would be across a very huge diameter. But can you imagine, Rakshita, the kind of impact that this would have had on the ground when it lands in that particular area? You know, that is most disturbing. And that is why you see that the fires are still burning. But the massive impact of the fire is the landing of the plane and a huge explosion which happens around that area. Rakshita.
Yes, absolutely. It's you can see the situation there. It's horrific that how the tail was there. You can see that we have marked that for our viewers, how that tail was atop this building, and how half of the parts are on us. They're all strewn around, as Arnab was telling us, the impact, and you can see the explosion that took place right after that. What we understand is that it's a doctor's hostel. We are just getting some more information from Ahmedabad. This is coming in from police officials from Ahmedabad, from our bureau. What we are learning from our ground zero reporters and inputs we are getting in, that the police, army, BSF and CISF.
Okay, we have GS Baba, who's an aviation expert. Mr. Baba, if you're there with us, can you tell us what you think you're seeing here? We're told there's an engine, the plane is unable to gain height. It falls from 625 feet, full of gallons of oil, and it all happens within about 20 minutes of takeoff. What is your first assessment, sir, with your experience?
Sir, the first assessment is very sad, unfortunate this happened. And what we have been seeing the visuals, right now the visuals only we can get some intuitive mind. I saw the plane climbing and then was not able to climb fully. And there must have been a power loss to the plane. What are the reason of the power loss, we cannot say, but it was clearly visible that it was not able to climb and it started descending. So there's something wrong with the power of one engine, two engine, I do not know. But then it is very unfortunate. Aeroplane is known for many things. We fly it for being very economical. We say it is 20% fuel efficient, but how safe it is? Just now, one of the guests mentioned there are 8 or 10 crashes on this flight, and you rightly said that if aircrafts are not fit to fly, shall they fly? Because the 787 is known for some deficiency, be it at the battery level or be it at the software level. There have been issues. We do not know, was it a purely maintenance issue or some other issues? So complete analysis, complete decoding only will help us to identify such thing doesn't reoccur in future.
Yeah.
It should not occur, but it has happened. It's totally unfortunate.
Mr. Baba, I'm going to come back to you. Please stay on. I'm going to go back to Harsha. Harsha, is DGCA saying anything, Harsha? Stay with the visuals.
No, I'm still outside.
I'm
still outside DGCA office, and if you can see here, they're still not letting us go inside. And multiple times I've tried.
No, don't.
मेरा phone, why are you taking my phone? आप मेरा phone क्यों ले रहे हैं?
कौन phone ले रहे हैं?
मेरा फोन क्यों ले? आप मेरा फोन क्यों ले रहे हैं? आप मेरा फोन क्यों ले रहे हैं? फोन क्यों छीन रहे हैं? DG के ऑफिस में जाना है.
And this is what is happening here. You see, when we are trying to report out here.
Arnab, they're not letting me go inside. They're taking my phone. They're snatching my phone. They're not letting me go inside. And I've been trying it from last 10 to 20 minutes. They're not letting me go inside. No word from the DG. No word from the other officials of DGCA. As when here they are continuously stopping me.
Okay, that's all right. I mean, they won't let you go in, so there's no point trying right now. I have Amit Shah's tweet here right now, so we'll go back to this later, Harsha. Amit Shah has just tweeted. I have information of Amit Shah's tweet, and he said there's pain beyond words by the tragic plane crash in Ahmedabad. Disaster response team have been quickly rushed to the crash site. Spoke to the Gujarat Chief Minister, Shri Bhupendra Patel, Home Minister, Shri Harsh Sanghvi, and Commissioner of Police, Ahmedabad, to assess the situation. So situation is grave. What you're telling us is that DGCA is not speaking right now. We understand that, but you should keep trying, not physically, but you can call them, you can tell them the situation is of concern, because what we need to know, of course, these are lots of fire engines which are near this area. Harsha, if you're seeing these visuals here, all of us, Rakshita, you're seeing that there is a whole damaged area around that place. and there is considerable damage on the ground. And though we are being told that situation, fire is not has been doused, etc., the reality is that there are lots of charred bodies which have been just pulled out of the plane. We do not have any further details, and 242 people. We are also going to go live to London or Birmingham, and we will go across to the Air India office. Maybe we'll go to the Tata office. We'll go live from the area where in the hospital. But it's a very tragic situation, and it was very horrible for Air India to issue a statement, said there's been an incident. This constant attempt at airlines.
Details.
Yeah. Riyanka is live with us right now from the Civil Aviation Ministry. We stay with the visuals. Riyanka, what is Civil Aviation Ministry telling you?
Well, at the moment, I am not allowed to go inside the Civil Aviation Ministry, and I continue to report from outside the ministry. What I'm told that there is an emergency meeting which is currently being headed by MOS Civil Aviation Muralidhar Mohal, who is in fact taking the notes and monitoring the situation. At the moment, we know that Civil Aviation Minister Ram Mohan Naidu has already left.
Okay, there's been a statement from the British government where they say we are aware of the plane crash in Ahmedabad. The UK is working with local authorities in India to urgently establish the facts and provide support. British nationals who require consular assistance should call 020 700 5000. 020 700 5000. This is the number which has been given of the consulate. And the compound in which the plane crashed is a students' hostel, and we have the information here. At least 30 to 50 students, Rakshita, were present along with staff. The whole area is sealed. No doctor is allowed to visit that portion. So there have been severe casualties, obviously, on the ground. Very serious situation. Very, very serious. A total number of people who would have been affected in this incident would include the casualties on the ground, the casualties inside the plane. So this is a very bad situation. Rakshita.
Right. This is the latest update we have. At least there are casualties on ground as well, as we were reporting. We're showing those visuals also, and the way the parts have been all strewn around in that hostel area. It's a residential area. It's a doctor's hostel where this crash happened, and there you have ground visuals also. The firefighters there on duty. You can see we do not know yet about any survivors. There's no any survivor or not. There's no confirmation on that. But yes, we know that there are at least 105 casualties in this horrific crash that has happened, and questions need to be asked to Air India, to the Tata group, and there's only a templated reply, there's only a templated response from those from the chairman, and we, of course, this is a matter of investigation that as to why time and again we see persistent issues come up as far as Air India is concerned. They do grab the headlines, but then it's all brushed under the carpet, and this is one of the biggest aviation tragedies that India has witnessed. All right.
Continues.
Ravi is on ground. Ravi continues to get us more updates. Ravi. रवि हमें सुन पा रहे हैं आप?
लाइव करवाना
रवि, अभी क्या ताज़ा जानकारी आप हमारे साथ साझा कर सकते हैं? रवि,
हाँ बताओ। अच्छा मोबाइल मंदिर जोड़िया ना पति बोले।
All right, we seem to have not connected the audio with Ravi. We'll try and get more details. But there you have the fire brigade visuals there in that residential area. And at least 12 casualties from that residential area, from that hostel area, is what we are getting to know from our sources in Ahmedabad, viewers. This is the biggest update we have as far as what we know so far. 242 people on board. And this happened at an altitude of 625 feet. And Air India sources tell us that 105 passengers 105 is the figure of the casualty, and the latest we have is that the aviation minister has rushed to Ahmedabad, so as the home minister and ex-chief minister of Gujarat, Vijay Rupani, was on board, and this is one of the biggest tragedies we've seen involving an airplane crash, and there is no Air India's first statement came much later. which only said that we are ascertaining details. And Tata Group also issues a statement saying that we are sorry for this unfortunate this plane crash. We confirm the plane crash, but no concrete details. Yes, the investigation should be beginning. What we know is that report has been sought as far as the cause of the crash is concerned, but there were engine issues that had been encountered because the Mayday call was made to the air traffic control by the pilot. And if you see that moment of crash, when it took off, just seconds after takeoff, we saw that the pilot did struggle to keep height. It could not maintain height, and around 600 to 800 is the figure of the height, low altitude. When it was in mid-air, it just crashed there. It crashed in this residential area where we are getting visuals from right now as we speak. The fire brigade, one after the other, we see this part of the wing, one part of the aircraft.
सरकार और अनेक राज्य सरकार मिलकर काम कर रहे हैं. मैं पूरा आशावादी हूँ. इसी शिक्षा वर्ष में AI ड्रिवन एजुकेशन पेडागोजी भी शुरू हो जाएगा, जिसमें हमारे टीचर्स की कॉम्पिटेंसी बढ़ेगी, हमारे पेरेंट्स की इन्वॉल्वमेंट होगा, हमारे स्कूल मैनेजमेंट की भी इन्वॉल्वमेंट.
All right, that crash happened. We'll get you more updates because this response.
500 करोड़ रुपया की व्यवस्था सरकार.
All right, we'll get you more responses, viewers, and our reporters on ground zero tracking every detail. Harsha continues to try and seek response from the DGCA, which is not letting us. In fact, they go on to snatch our camera. They go on to snatch our reporter's mobile phone as well. She tries to get a response because the DGCA must answer now and not just put out statements. The Tata Group must tell what has happened because these are persistent issues. You can see this huge aircraft. It's a wide aircraft, Boeing 787. There have been multiple issues with it, if you see internationally as well, and mostly we talk about the maintenance issues of the aircraft of Air India have been under the scanner for a long time, and that's why the DGCA, Civil Aviation Ministry, and the Tata Group must be answering questions, pointed questions on this. Viewers, we are getting more updates as to the casualties on ground where this crash happened. Viewers, this is at least 12 are the casualties. Okay, we're getting more visuals, I'm told. We're getting more visuals from the site. And these are people, I think these are families who are praying. I think there are people in Ahmedabad who are praying for the... Okay, these are visuals from Vijay Rupani's house. Visuals from ex-Chief Minister of Gujarat, Vijay Rupani's house, who was on board this aircraft, who was on board the flight from Ahmedabad to London's Gatwick Airport. And we see the family members praying for his safety, praying for his life, because it is difficult to understand, unfortunately, that if anyone could survive, it would be a miracle if anyone would survive this horrific plane tragedy. As you can see, there are casualties not just of the people on board, but those on ground as well. And Vijay Rupani's residents, everyone, from the children, from the women, everybody there praying hard for those on board. And for Vijay Rupani, former Chief Minister of Gujarat, was flying from Ahmedabad to London, the Gatwick Airport. And it's one of the biggest, it's actually the biggest aviation tragedy that India has ever witnessed. There is clear distress among the family members of Mr. Rupani. We completely understandable given the gravity of the situation that is captured in this visual that we are showing. Multiple visuals, viewers, surfacing. We're getting our reporters also from ground who can tell us about what's happening. And I think Harsha is still with us, and Riyanka is also with us. Riyanka, is any response coming in from the Civil Aviation Ministry yet? Riyanka.
At the moment, what we understand that there is a very high-level and emergency meeting which is underway at the Civil Aviation Ministry, and it is being conducted by MOS Civil Aviation Muralidhar Mahal, and it is likely that we will be, in fact, getting him on our channel very soon. But what we can tell you at this moment is that there is a huge review meeting underway at the Ministry of Civil Aviation, as I'm not allowed to get inside. I continue to report from outside the Civil Aviation Ministry because the situation is very grim at the moment, and all the steps that are being taken at this point in time are under very high monitoring. And we understand that Civil Aviation Minister Ram Mohan Naidu has already left for Ahmedabad along with Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Home Minister Amit Shah. So the situation currently from the side of the tall ministers is this, and when it comes to the ministry, a high-level meeting underway.
Absolutely. So, yes, the meetings are going on, but India demands answers because we cannot have more of laxity. This is criminal negligence, if at all. There have been issues that have been neglected. There have been engine failures. What we can clearly understand as per the preliminary reports that the pilot had made a Mayday call, reported engine issues, as Harsha's sources were also telling us that there was a Mayday call made. The pilot clearly struggled when the moment he took off. We'll just play out the visual of the moment of takeoff and the crash that just followed few seconds after, and that aftermath, viewers. You can see those roads around. All right, Harsha continues to be with us from DGCA office. Harsha, have they let you in? Are they ready to give in any answers?
So right now, Rakshita, I'm telling you that we are outside DGCA official office, and anytime now, the MOS Civil Aviation, Mulidhar Mohol, will speak to the media. Right now, we are being taken inside, and after that, the MOS Civil Aviation, who has been holding meeting with the DGCA and the BCAS official, will officially speak to the media and give the entire update on the issue and also the number of casualty and what exactly happened, the real reason behind the crash, because it is being said that there was an engine failure issue in the Air India Boeing 787, but right now we are here at DGCA and now we are being taken inside, and anytime now MOS Civil Aviation, Mulidhar Mohol, will be addressing media and will be giving the update of the entire reason behind the crash, because there were 2 pilots, there were 10 crew members and 242 passengers on board. What we are hearing right now is the 105 casualty has been confirmed from the side of Air India to us, to Republic exclusively. Also, we have gotten to know that there are more casualty, and the way the hospitals and the nearby area and the government hospitals are full with the patients and the passengers who are very critical, have been taken to the nearby hospital as well. And also, we are learning that anytime now we are waiting, just 10 minutes, the procedure is going on right now. The media is being taken inside by the Civil Aviation Minister only, and the officials will take us inside, and the first response from the Civil Aviation Ministry will come anytime now. Back to you.
All right, there are of course multiple issues that have been reported, and we are getting a show cause. We know that there was 4 days ago show cause that was issued to Air India engineer. We'll just break that input also in a short while from now, Harsha, and this is exclusive. We're getting more updates as to the persistent issues with Air India, and what has happened today is the biggest air tragedies, biggest aviation tragedies that India has witnessed. As you can see, that residential areas, viewers, not just people on board, but those on ground. This crashed directly straight into this doctor's hostel. There you can see part of that aircraft. This completely mangled, it's destroyed, it is burned down. And you can see bodies have also been incinerated in this flame. And many of, more than 100 casualties fared. 250 on board this aircraft. The takeoff and the moment of the crash and the aftermath. We're going to show that to you, but this is in fact, there are the companies of the army personnel also that have been rushed, and you can understand that how big this tragedy is, how critical the situation is, and it would be a miracle if anybody escapes this. It would be a miracle if anybody survives this. We do hope that there are survivors, but we do not have any word on any survivors. We know at least 105 have lost their lives, viewers. That's the big breaking news. We have Indian Army present to service after the air crash, and this happened almost 5 minutes after the takeoff. So there are engine issues because Mayday call was issued shortly after the takeoff, and a flight just crashed few minutes after. The flight crashed few minutes after the takeoff, and clearly there were issues with the engine. And Air India once again must answer. Air India today has to answer and not give these statements just to make, just to keep some peace. They need to answer. There needs to be an investigation, and they need to be held accountable. Those at the helm of affairs must take responsibility. There needs to be accountability pinned, because these are more than 100 lives lost. Ex-Chief Minister Gujarat, Vijay Rupani, was also on board. You can see the rescue efforts that continue. Rescue efforts are continuing. And let me just Republic. Okay, my colleague Akanksha is also joining us from the studio. Now, Akanksha, we have some more breaking news. Republic has accessed DGCA's letter to Air India that was issued just 6 days ago. And I just want you to get more details on that, because DGCA had pulled up Air India on worthiness of another international flight. Are they even worth flying internationally? They had pointed out, the DGCA on the 6th of June had pointed out lapses in Air India's operational procedures.
Well,
show cause notice also accessed.
Absolutely, Republic TV has access. This show cause notice that was given to the engineer, going on to show the lapses, in fact, that have come to the fore. And in fact, DGCA had pulled up Air India for the worthlessness of this flight. In fact, this was 6 days ago. Let me also tell you, 6 months ago, that is December 2024, the same flight that crashed today, Air India going from Ahmedabad to London. In fact, that very flight was grounded because of technical snag. And at that very time, more than 300 passengers suffered. They were stranded at the airport, and that was on 14 December 2024. 6 months later, that very flight, and more than 240 passengers, all along with them, crashed today. Technical snag was reported at that time, but I think because of the laxity on behalf of Air India, this accident has taken place. And now 6 days before, they were again pulled up by DGCA, saying that there are serious lapses on their part, also going on to call them worthless as well, Rakshita.
You know, show cause notice clearly says that a complaint was received by the office from Transport Canada Authority alleging that certain passenger seats, they're talking about serviceable and airworthy seatbelt assemblies. It is observed, I'm reading out from the show cause notice, it is observed from the investigation that flight was dispatched with seats inoperative under the violating the restriction condition mentioned in MEL, which resulted in commercial sale of seat. Further observed that lapses in communication, lapses in coordination, communication and procedure followed by the MCC, FAMO and also the domestic MRO. Okay, we are getting visuals right now from inside the doctor's hostel. That was the crash site, and you can see the destruction, how this entire building has been destroyed, and there were people inside. What we understand, at least 12 casualties. 12 casualties reported from this doctor's hostel in Ahmedabad, where this air crash happened. You know, this is very, very serious. Republic TV is getting you these visuals from inside that doctor's hostel, Akanksha. It's very serious.
Absolutely. The place where this plane has crashed has 5 residences, in fact, is what we are learning. In fact, Air India has also issued a statement in this regard. And they have mentioned that there is a flight from Ahmedabad to London that was involved in accident today. After takeoff, the flight which departed from Ahmedabad was carrying 242 passengers. Going on to explain, the injured are being taken to the nearest hospital. They have also set up the dedicated passenger helpline. But again, serious questions on the lapses on part of Air India 6 days ago.
The point is that what you're seeing here is that you're seeing this considerable damage, Akansha, on the ground. Considerable damage on the ground, and the damage is pretty bad on the ground. It's because the aircraft body is fallen straight on top of a hostel, and we are told in the mess there were about 30 to 40 people who were inside the mess, Akansha, when the plane crashed, right, Rakshita?
Yes.
So Boeing has issued just a statement. We have a statement from Boeing. It's again templated response from Tata Group, templated response from Boeing. Templated response obviously will be acceptable, they think at this point of time, but it's got to be more than that. Boeing statement, if I can please read it out for you viewers, and it's breaking news right now, and they are saying that we are aware of the initial reports. We are working to gather more information. That's what they are saying. We are gathering initial reports. We are working to gather more information, is what they are saying. Okay. The first response of Boeing is that they're gathering more information. I think this has been signed by Georgina Ramin, Communications and Branding Specialist, Defense, Boeing. Thank you for reaching out. This can be attributed to a spokesperson. We are aware of initial reports and are working to gather more information. Thank you. This is a statement from Boeing in response to our question to them, and that is what they are saying here. Ladies and gentlemen, serious situation here. The plane takes off at 1:39 from runway. These are visuals from the ground. Inside the hostel, you can see the whole plane. There's a huge crater on the ground. The plane is cut through the entire wall. The damage is so serious out here that you're seeing a wall that is at least about one and a half meters thick. The plane has gone straight through it and has landed on the other side. And the terrace, the first floor seems to have caved in, and under that there are probably people who were there. So it's a very serious situation. Some people have climbed onto the first floor, which is very dangerous to be there on, and they are crashing into the hostel in Ahmedabad, and we are fearing more casualties. We were told there were 12 casualties that is on the ground, and that is what information we have. Now, the Air India plane took off at 1:39 from runway 23. It crashed in just 5 minutes after takeoff. So the point is, this was not 19 minutes, it's 5 minutes after takeoff, according to the details which are shared by the DGCA. The plane crashes directly into the BJ Medical College undergraduate hostel mess in Meghani Nagar. Many MBBS students are there, and this is one of the most heartbreaking tragedies that has ever been seen in that area, ladies and gentlemen. And you know, we have the fact is that Air India should look into whether it was flying this plane. We're told this Dreamliner, otherwise 787, has had an okay record. It has no fatal accidents, but there have been several non-fatal accidents in recent years involving the 787-8, primarily related to the various issues which are now coming to light. And I wonder what Tata Group will tell us about it, because the information we have right now is that this particular plane, what is called the Dreamliner, is extensively in service, and many Indians use this to fly down to Heathrow and elsewhere. The issues are technical issues, maintenance errors, or operational challenges. And there was, and I will tell you, on January 10th, 2023, Qatar Airways Boeing 787, there was a sudden descent from Doha to Denmark. Yeah, we go back to the visuals, please. Thank you. Stay with the visuals. Please put me on air because I'm sharing important details out here. Qatar Airways 7878, there was a registration A78CK. This was QR 161 from Doha to Qatar, which in January 10th, 2023, experienced sudden descent shortly after takeoff over the Persian Gulf. The aircraft dropped from 1,850 feet to 850 feet and had a maximum sink rate of 3,000 feet per minute. So incidents have happened when planes have lost their ground. Now you're seeing the visuals on the ground, ladies and gentlemen, huge damage out there. Iron rods completely strewn apart. Muralidhar Mohan is speaking. Can we cut across to him, please? Can the input team keep me posted of who we have on air? Can the production team cut to Muralidhar Mohan, who is speaking? Okay, then I was told by the input team that they were speaking. Now, can I just continue, and can the input team and production team coordinate this little bunch inside the PCR instead of giving me conflicting messages? Thank you very much. Viewers, there have been several incidents because I was sharing important information as of now. Can I be put on air? Aditi, can you focus on what is on air? And viewers, what you're seeing is that the entire building there, which is this hostel, is completely torn apart and burnt and extensively damaged, which means that this, from what I'm seeing out there, you see the walls which are charred, you see the pillars which are charred. That entire explosion has subsumed this building. So that this is the crash site, and the entire building has been subsumed by the explosion. And what you're seeing is charred remains of the building, walls of the building. And there is a whole area out there which is completely burned. So the explosion has really hit that building and its adjoining areas very, very hard. And that's why it's a terrible situation near the crash site. And I don't know who I have live on air. Maybe the input team can tell me if I have any reporters live on air who can add more information to what I have. Ladies and gentlemen, I can confirm that several, she has no information. On December 21st, 2023, there is a TUI Airways Boeing 787 emergency which happened in Birmingham, UK, and a TUI Airways plane from Cancun, Mexico to Manchester faced weather disruptions due to high winds, and then there were no injuries reported. in January 24 this year, a United Airlines Boeing 787-8 altitude upset. This happened also from a flight from Lagos, Nigeria to Washington Dulles Airport, which also experienced rapid altitude shift. So rapid altitude shift has been a problem.
डेटा का उनका ऑफिस है, वहाँ का जो हेल्पलाइन नंबर है 329333 और यहाँ पे ये दोनों नंबर अभी हमने पब्लिश भी किए हैं। तो मुझे लगता है कि पहले हमें वहाँ पे मदद कार्य जो है उस पर ध्यान देना है, तो हम सभी लोग वहाँ पे पहुँच रहे हैं।
ज्यादा लोग बच सकते हैं, लेकिन अभी उस पर बोलना ठीक नहीं है कि हमारे सामने अभी रियल पिक्चर क्या है वो आने वाला है। पहले तो लोग वहाँ पे सब हम जुड़े हैं, वहाँ के राज्य सरकार के संपर्क में, राज्य सरकार के माध्यम से सभी वहाँ की जो इमरजेंसी उनकी सेवा है वो वहाँ पे काम कर रही है। तो पहले वहाँ पे जाके पहले बात करेंगे, देखेंगे, उसके बाद बोलना। अभी वहाँ पे हमारे होम मिनिस्टर माननीय अमित भाई शाह जी, हमारे कैबिनेट मिनिस्टर राममोहन नायडू जी, मैं और मेरे साथ हमारे सेक्रेटरी DGCA, हम अभी यहाँ से एक साथ हम ही यहाँ से चले, यहाँ से वहाँ पे पहुँच रहे। तो वहाँ की स्टेट गवर्नमेंट के तो सभी
पहुँच रहे, तो वहाँ की स्टेट गवर्नमेंट के तो सभी ऑफिशियल्स है, वहाँ के हमारे CM साहब है, लेकिन यहाँ से भी हम हमारे सभी मंत्रालय के सभी टीम भी वहाँ पे पहुँच रही है और हमारे मिनिस्टर भी पहुँच रहे हैं। नहीं, अभी तो कुछ कहना उचित नहीं होगा, थोड़ा समय आप देखिए। नहीं, अभी मैंने वही कहा कि अभी तो एक प्रायोरिटी हमारी कि वहाँ के लोगों को बचाना है, बाद में ये सब जो पिक्चर है, जो असल वहाँ पे सत्यता जो है वो सामने आएगी, तो उसमें थोड़ा टाइम देना चाहिए मुझे।
कोई कंट्रोल रूम से कांटेक्ट किया था, शुरुआती जानकारी क्या दुर्घटना से पहले कोई कांटेक्ट किया था क्या?
वो तो मैसेज शायद दे रहा था कि यहाँ पे इमरजेंसी में थोड़ा मदद की जरूरत है, बाद में उन्होंने शायद कहा कि अभी हमारे पास जो कुछ है वो तो खत्म हो रहा है, शायद ऐसा कुछ तो मैसेज दिया है। लेकिन मुझे लगता है कि थोड़ा हमें पेशेंस रखना चाहिए।
किस स्तर पे हो रही, किस स्तर पे
नहीं, अभी तो
कौन सी टीम जांच करी, इसके बारे में थोड़ा जानकारी।
हमारी सभी मिनिस्ट्री उस पर मैंने कहा कि अभी मीटिंग भी हुई है, लगातार पिछले 2-2.5 घंटे से हमारी टीम उस पर काम कर रही है। हमारी सेक्रेटरी है, DGCA है, AI की टीम है, सभी लोग, हमारी विकास की टीम, सभी लोग एक साथ बैठकर वहाँ पे काम कर रहे हैं। और अभी हम DGCA, हमारे सेक्रेटरी और मैं तो हम तो वहाँ पे अभी फिजिकली भी जा रहे हैं।
Okay. Be active. Look at the screen. Be active. Keep handing over to Rakshita and between you guys. Okay. That statement which is coming on, I just wanted to bring to attention that we've got some more visuals which are coming in of the damage that is done to the ground. You know, and no, there's a latest visual which is on the group which we have of the damage that is done to the ground, and I will describe it. I'm seeing a portion of the plane still burning, and I'm seeing lots of parts of the plane all strewn around. It is quite clear there has been a huge explosion. So lots of parts of the plane have been totally charred in the explosion that happens later. And a lot of the bodies are also completely charred, which is what I'm seeing. Parts of the plane burnt beyond recognition, and bodies lying on stretchers. Now this is near a hospital, so there would be some stretchers around. We've seen these visuals also earlier. So yeah, very, very concerning. Now, if you look at this, we also have a statement from Keir Starmer, right, Rakshita? Yeah. Keir Starmer, Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, has just issued a statement where he says that scenes emerging of a London-bound plane carrying many British nationals crashing in the Indian city of Ahmedabad are devastating. I am being kept updated as the situation develops, and my thoughts are with the passengers and their families at this deeply distressing time. I would like someone live from London, from Birmingham, from the Air India office, I repeat, Air India office, from the Tata Group office, and we have with us right now. I can share with you the names of the people who are the crew members. We have Sumit Sabarwal, Clive Ratanjeev Kundar, Aparna Amol Mahadik, Shraddha Mahadev Dhawan, and then there are cabin crew Deepak Pathak, Irfan Sheikh, Lamnunthem Singson, Sanita Chakrabarti, Nyanthoy Sharma, Kongbrai Latpam, Maithili Patil, Manisha Thapa, Roshni Songhare. These are various names that we have, all Indian nationals, fully Indian crew on the Air India plane. And Subhash Goyal is chairman of the Indian Chamber of Commerce, Aviation and Tourism Committee. Mr. Goyal, your thoughts on this crash? Initial thoughts, Mr. Goyal?
Well, it is very tragic and it is very, very unfortunate. I'm myself shocked and surprised because, there are aviation safety protocols which every plane before it takes off, every single nut and bolt of the plane is checked and electronic, everything is checked. And including the air of the tires, everything is checked. And only when OK signal is given does the plane take off.
So there are lots of these, lots of 787 Dreamliners which are flying here, given to Air India. And then the Federal Aviation Authority had grounded this Dreamliner series in 2013 for safety concerns, right? As soon as the FAA allowed operations to resume, we resumed it too. Why were we in such a hurry? What was DGCA doing? What was the government doing? Why could they not have independent reviews? Dreamliners don't have a very good history. Are we totally going to be guided by what the American authorities do in everything?
You see, Dreamliners are operating by most of the airlines all over the world. And as far as their safety record is concerned, there is no immediate cause of concern. But yes, if there was any, earlier they were grounded, then yes, our DGCA must have, checked and double checked everything before allowing these, planes, because recently there was an ITA audit done of the DGCA, and Indian DGCA is considered very good.
No, but these are all self-certifications. The Indian DGCA is good, Tata Group is good, Air India is good, everybody is good, and nobody takes accountability. The fact of the matter is, Tata Group anyway has been a disaster as far as managing Air India is concerned, but nobody is going to blame them. There have been so many issues. There have been engine glitches on the AI-131 bound for London mid-air. This happened in 2023. Nobody wants to ask the Tata Group anything, and they pass it on to Air India, and they sort of want to settle the matter. There have been air-conditioned cabining failures, hydraulic failures mid-air of the Air India Express, Tiruchirappalli to Sharjah. Every time there are hydraulic failures, and every time we are told, no, everything is okay, just because the plane doesn't crash, we are told that it's okay and DGCA has launched an investigation. But has DGCA been soft on the Tata Group is the question now, Rakshita. The visuals we are describing, 58,000 liters of fuel is in the tank when the plane crashed, and that's the huge reason for this fireball impact. Rakshita.
5th of June, where DGCA show caused the CTO, the Chief Technical Officer SK Dash of Air India. And he clearly, you can see that he was being questioned about being...
When was this?
This was 5th of June, sir. Show cause notice from the Transport Canada Authority, and this was to do with the serviceable and airworthy seat belt assemblies. But what is to be focused here is that it's written that SK Dash is hereby called upon to show cause as to why action should not be taken against him.
Tata Group has no responsibility here to the people of this country to imagine that they should have some oversight over Air India. They do the problem solving for Air India, and then they work out the phones and they do the networking and all that. But what is the responsibility put on the officers of Air India? There are internal issues in Air India since Tata Group took over. We all know about that. But is Tata Group only meant to their problem solving and managing the atmosphere for Air India while they continue this mess? This is not a mess. This is a tragedy. The Prime Minister has tweeted. Do we have details of that, Akansha? What has the Prime Minister just tweeted? Yeah.
Well, absolutely. What we're learning is that just a while back, Prime Minister has tweeted about this. We'll just put out that post on our TV, what he has said so far.
Yeah.
Let me give you the details. He has said the tragedy in Ahmedabad has stunned and saddened us. It is heartbreaking beyond words. In this sad hour, my thoughts are with everyone affected by it. Have been in touch with the ministers and authorities who are working to assist those affected. Ever since this incident took place, in fact, Prime Minister firstly was in touch with the Home Minister, Civil Aviation Minister. Both of them have now rushed to the spot where this incident has taken place. In fact, Keir Starmer, UK Prime Minister, has also tweeted on this because there were as many as...
I have Shawan. Shawan is coming up with more breaking news. Shawan, you should come live on that story. We are told there are show cause notices related to this very aircraft, which means that obviously Air India knew there was a problem. I don't know whether the problem was with some other specification, because this is an engine issue quite here, the plane not being able to take off. But Harsha is there from the DGCA office, and since then, any update from DGCA, Harsha? Any update from DGCA, Harsha?
Yes, Arnab, right now also the Yes, Arnab, Muralidhar Mohol, the MO Civil Aviation, just spoke to us, and he is right now leaving, and he's leaving for Ahmedabad right now. As he said, he didn't give us a casualty number, but we have the confirmed sources from Air India that the casualty number right now is 105. And about show cause notice, Arnab, it's very important to highlight this exclusive information which Republic has hands on, and is a show cause notice which was issued to Air India personnel, which was the engineer of Air India, one of the aircraft and of Boeing 787 only. The show cause notice to the engineer about the ill maintenance and under maintenance of the Air India aircraft. And
which aircraft, for what reason? 1 minute. You're saying that there was a show cause notice given to the technical head of Air India. Can you tell us again?
Yes, it was the engineering department head of Air India, and it has clearly mentioned several aircraft had flown with expired emergency equipment. Detail is mentioned in attached investigation report. There has been dire investigation that there was expired emergency equipment. So the equipments of the aircraft was only expired. It was not maintained, and also the reports were given that the aircraft was maintained, but the aircraft were under maintenance. There were ill maintenance. It also says that aircraft was flying with old C of R, and owner's plate. Detail is mentioned in investigation report. Organization has failed to submit the compliance with due date. So even the compliance report was not even submitted to DGCA and BCAS. So this is a huge hands-on which Republic has got on the show cause notice, which was given to the Air India personnel, and it is all been happening in the Air India office. All the CTO, MCC and Air India heads were aware of the expired engine equipment of Air India, and still nothing was done to maintain those aircraft.
Okay, Muralidhar Mohan, who's Minister of State for Civil Aviation, is with me. Mr. Mohan, good afternoon. This Arnab Goswami here. What is the initial information you have, Mr. Mohan, regarding the cause of the crash, please?
जी, ये दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण घटना हुई है 2 घंटे पहले शायद। उसके बाद वहाँ पे इमरजेंसी सभी सेवाएं शुरू है। वहाँ की स्टेट गवर्नमेंट से हमारी ऊपर से हमारी मिनिस्ट्री है। अभी भी दिल्ली में एक उच्च स्तरीय बैठक भी हुई। हमारे HM सर और हमारे कैबिनेट मिनिस्टर भी वहाँ पहुंच रहे हैं। मैं भी दिल्ली से यहाँ से हमारे सेक्रेटरी DGCA के साथ यहाँ से निकला हूँ। अभी तो कुछ 242 लोग थे, उसमें 230 यात्री है, 12 क्रू मेंबर्स है। अभी राज्य सरकार के माध्यम से वहाँ पे राहत बचाव का कार्य शुरू है और घटनास्थल पे अभी पहुंच रहे हैं सब। तो थोड़ा अभी एक्चुअली रीजन क्या है कि थोड़ा जांच के बाद, वहां जाने के बाद थोड़ा पता चलेगा, लेकिन अभी तो प्रायोरिटी यही है।
मेरे पास खबर है कि मोहन जी कि यही प्लेन एयर इंडिया की इंटरनल कंप्लेंट चल रही थी और उन्होंने CTO को 5 तारीख को शो कॉज नोटिस भेजा था। क्या टाटा ग्रुप या एयर इंडिया ने आपको बताया था कि ऐसी कोई इंटरनल इशू उनकी चल रही थी, या फिर ये छुपाया गया?
नहीं, अभी तो जो मीटिंग हुई यहाँ पे, उसके लिए अभी ये सभी घटनाओं की जांच चल रही है। हमारी सभी टीम उस पर काम कर रही है।
नहीं, बट टाटा ग्रुप की कोई रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी तो बनती है ना मुरलीधर जी?
बिल्कुल बनती है, लेकिन थोड़ा सा मुझे लगता है कि फर्स्ट प्रायोरिटी हमारी यही है कि पहले वहाँ पे जो बचाव कार्य, हमारा राहत का कार्य, उस पर काम करें। लेकिन
नहीं, वो बात ठीक है, मगर अगर इंटरनल, मेरा सवाल है कि अगर इंटरनल प्रॉब्लम्स थे, कोई भी टेक्निकल प्रॉब्लम हो एक प्लेन के साथ, तो वो कैसे फ्लाई कर सकती है? मेरे पास एक शो कॉज नोटिस भी है इनकी।
जी, तो उस पर बिल्कुल जांच होगी और उस पर कार्रवाई भी होगी, लेकिन पहले अगर उसकी जांच के बाद इस परिणाम को क्या आगे परिणाम है उस पर बात कर सकते हैं।
नहीं, मगर इसमें जो हमारे पास है जो इधर हमारे पास इन्वेस्टिगेशन रिपोर्ट है और हर बार ये एयर इंडिया को क्या लंबी छूट दी गई है?
बिल्कुल नहीं।
जब से टाटा ग्रुप ने टेक ओवर किया है, और अगर ऐसे जैसे ये प्लेन में लिखा गया है, एयरक्राफ्ट इज फ्लाइंग विथ एस्केप स्लाइड्स दैट आर ओवरड्यू फॉर इंस्पेक्शन, ओवरड्यू है, इंस्पेक्शन कंपोनेंट इफेक्ट हो गए हैं प्लेन्स के, ये सारी इंफॉर्मेशन तो थी, मगर कभी कोई पब्लिक नहीं होती है। क्या एयर इंडिया पर इसलिए मतलब सॉफ्ट है क्योंकि टाटा ग्रुप मैनेज कर रही है एयर इंडिया को?
ऐसा कुछ नहीं, किसी को भी अगर जो गलत है उसको किसी को भी छोड़ा नहीं जाएगा। जो उसमें प्रॉब्लम थे जिसके कारण ये हुआ है उसकी जांच होने के बाद उस पर बिल्कुल कार्रवाई होगी, कोई भी हो। आखिर में इतना बड़ा हादसा हुआ है, इसके पीछे कौन सा भी कारण हो उसके जांच होकर उस पर कार्रवाई जरूर होगी।
हाँ जी, मुरलीधर जी बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। Rakshita, so the minister is saying that we've not given a long leash to the Air India group. Now, it may be that the exact reason for this crash is very different from what has been found in the show cause notices given so far, which are about escape slides, Niranjan, and stuff like that. But it is nevertheless, the fact of the matter is that sort of the approach of Air India since Tata Group took over is, especially this guy Campbell, is like, let's deal with the matter. Let's not allow the matter to escalate. Let's manage the media situation. Let's do a marketing campaign and hope we'll keep things shut. I think they owe a lot of
Arnab, exactly 10 days back, Campbell Wilson was named in the show cause notice, Arnab. It says...
Shawan has more, Niranjan, on this.
Shawan has more details. Shawan, you have the details. It names Campbell Wilson. It asks why DGCA should not take action against Air India, the organization. So this is massive. It's not one case related to the route to Canada, but several show cause notices last few days. Shawan.
Well, in fact, this is a signed investigation report which Harsha has just got us, and this is full details of how there have been clear lapses on the part of the entire management of Air India. And there are alleged contraventions report in this particular report that I'm holding. A show cause notice that was sent on the 3rd and thereafter on the 5th of June. And this is with regards to the maintainability of each of these aircraft. They've pointed out the fact that operations of aircraft with expired emergency equipment. Now that is as per their investigation. This is what the DGCA has already told the Air India. Now what has Air India really done about it? We still do not have an answer from them. They also have admitted to the fact that there are components which were basically affected. This is with regards to aircraft VTCIQ, aircraft VTC-SCR. There too there is components that have been affected. Then you have aircraft VTEXQ. All of it. Now Niranjan clearly makes a mention of the fact that there have been faulty equipments, and the show cause notice also makes a mention of the fact that these are not equipped with serviceable as well as airworthy, even seatbelt assemblies. And it goes on to say that the Air India needs to respond in the next 5 days.
In fact, it gives time of 15 days. Shawan, the details that we have here,
there are two show cause notices. One gives about 5, the other gives about 15. We're talking about 2. And there is another MCC notice also that has gone to Air India. Thereafter, there has been a full-fledged investigation that has been actually carried out. Each of these, if you actually take a look at it, and if Harsha is also joining us right now, perhaps she'll be able to give us more details, because she's also spoken to the DGCA a short while back with regards to some of these notices that have gone. The query that we are also putting out to Air India is that just about a year ago, the same very aircraft, did it malfunction, and what did Air India really do about it? Because there are reports now emerging that a similar sort of malfunctioning was reported from this very aircraft that is actually operated by Air India, which is the Boeing aircraft, and it had a similar malfunctioning, and it was reported. Whether at all any action has been taken or not, there is no clarity on that. Now, this is the investigation report that we have got. Niranjan.
Shawan, stay with me. In fact, there are some more breaking news updates coming in. In fact, there is also a letter to engineers. If you can take us through the second letter, Shawan, that letter came a short while back. And then you also mentioned there was also a detail that we had about this particular aircraft, the same aircraft, AI-171, in December 2024, faced a technical snag and was forced to land. 300 passengers were stranded that time around. Can you confirm those details? Which means this particular plane, AI-171, did face a technical snag less than 6 months ago, Shawan.
Well, in fact, This is the first report that came in, and this is the investigation report that I'm handing out right now. And the investigators are from the DGCA, which includes the deputy directors of the DGCA. This is about a 7-page report in which they have called the CEO of Air India, Campbell Wilson, Shubhra Bose and a few others as alleged offenders. And it talks about the fact that the operation of the aircraft with expired emergency equipment. They say operation of the aircraft with outdated certificate of registration. It also talks about operation of aircraft with expired emergency equipment. It talks about operation with outdated registration certificate. And it says that alleged offenders enforcement history, where they have basically not followed several of the recommendations that have been made in the past. The biggest of all, the biggest news point basically emerging is that most of these aircraft that you're basically talking about operating without any certificate, without any operational worthiness. And that is what has been flagged by this investigation report that has been signed by the Deputy Director of Airworthiness of the DGCA. And in fact, there are 2 officers, I beg your pardon, 4 officers from the DGCA who've actually signed this investigation report, which actually calls the accountable manager of Air India, Campbell Wilson, as the alleged offender.
Yes. There is also a video that is coming in right now of the plane crashing directly into the BJ Medical College, the UG Hostel mess in Meghani Nagar. It's a new video that's just come into our newsroom. So while we play that video, any details whether Air India responded to any of these show cause notices, Shravan? There were 2 notices given, 5 days for one. You mentioned, do we have details of what they have said? And how many show cause notices really were given out? We just have 2. Were there more?
Well, in fact, Niranjan, I believe if Harsha can just join us from outside the DGCA office, because she would be in a better position to answer this question with regards to what was the response really coming in from Air India. But if you really look at what we know so far from the multiple show cause notices that have been issued, it clearly shows the fact that with regards to outdated aircrafts that have been used by Air India, whether at all there is airworthiness certificate to begin with. Secondly, if at all the DGCA had already flagged there were problems with the equipments that were largely being used, then what did they really do about it? Whether at all there have been certain changes or not. Now, for more on this, if we can just quickly go across to Harsha, because she's getting us the latest details. These are exclusive documents that have also been accessed by Republic TV. Puts the entire blame on Air India at this point in time with the way they have essentially been operating.
We'll go across to him. I think there's another letter that we've accessed, Shravan, while we try and go across to Harsha as well. Harsha will be joining us live. These are pictures coming in, pictures from Ahmedabad, the crash site. We have also accessed back-to-back details. In fact, there are a series of letters accessed by Republic TV, ladies and gentlemen. One more letter written to the DGCA, the Director General DGCA, on the 15th of January this year. Follow-up complaints that were filed with the DGCA. It appears that there was also a cockpit entry violation. So now, after the crash, and we are still waiting for full details, number of casualty that we had, Rakshita, the last number that we had was 105. Do we have any update on that number? Or are there any survivors? Do we have any details on that?
But we do know that there are more than 100 casualties, at least 105 casualties. And that's what we know so far. There are at least casualties from ground as well, because we see that this aircraft, how it crashed into this doctor's hostel. We've showed these visuals from outside the hostel. We're showing visuals from inside the hostel. And we can well imagine that there were people inside, and at least 12 of them. That what we understand.
Breaking news update. Sorry to interrupt you there. The President of India has just put out a message. President of India, Draupadi Murmu, has put out a message saying that she is deeply distressed to learn about the tragic plane crash in Ahmedabad. It's heart-rending disaster. My thoughts and prayers are with the affected people. The nation stands with them in this hour of indescribable grief. Rashtrapati Bhavan responding to the plane crash in Ahmedabad. That's another statement that just came into our newsrooms right now. We're getting in another bit of breaking news updates that the Ministry of Civil Aviation will now begin to investigate the other issues concerning Air India as well. There was an earlier letter that we just reported. I'm going back to Shravan, who's still with us with the details. Shravan, more videos are coming in. More videos are coming in. If you can take us through what more we know about these complaints, and secondly, the situation on the ground on the rescue and relief, if at all.
Well, in fact, I'll just quickly begin by some details that we're getting as far as the rescue operation is concerned. The very fact that this aircraft basically landed in an MBBS institute hostel where the students were present. We're being told that several of the students have also been injured. A list has just now been put out by the Gujarat government. In fact, this list puts out the names of the students who have been taken to the nearby hospital. Now, in terms of the casualties, there isn't an official number really coming in from Air India, or for that matter, even from the government at this point in time. So we're not putting out those numbers. Emergency numbers we are also out on the screens right now. They're saying that the rescue operation still continues. One of the biggest challenges that you have the NDRF as well as the State Disaster Response Force facing right now is the fact that this particular aircraft was carrying a huge amount of fuel, and the moment it landed, it almost became like a fireball, and that is the reason why it was becoming even more difficult for them to contain the fire at this point in time. And more importantly, this was a crowded area where the flight basically landed. This was only after there wasn't a proper sort of an ascent that the flight could actually take, and this is one such a problem that the Boeing aircrafts actually have faced. There have been instances of a similar nature which have also come up, Niranjan. But that's a different subject matter right now. But having said that, the spotlight is also on how the carrier, that is Air India, has really looked into the maintainability of each of these aircraft, because now our report on the ground, Harsha, is confirming to us just about 6 days ago, you've had another show cause notice that was actually issued to Air India.
Yes, Shravan, we also have aviation expert Sanjay Lazar, who is in fact, he's been a top voice as far as aviation is concerned. He's also survivor of the Kanishka bombing. And, Mr. Lazar, thanks so much for joining us. And it's, of course, one of the biggest aviation tragedies, Mr. Lazar, and that India has witnessed. And more than 100 casualties, what we know, and on ground also more than 12. And, Air India has been under scanner for the longest time. There have been persistent issues. Republic TV reporters are also accessing so many show cause notices that, in fact, reiterate the fact that Air India has been under the lens and there have been multiple violations. So, how do you see this tragedy in view of what we are also finding out about Air India's lapses? Mr. Lazar.
It's a very sad day for aviation in India and around the world. This is one of the safest aircrafts flying. There are over 1,200 of them in the air. The 787 is a high resolution, high machinery, precision machinery, and it's shocking. It's really very sad. My heart goes out to everyone in Air India, as well as the passengers and crew families, and of course the students in their hostel, on the ground, because I know it was lunchtime, and I can see that part of the aircraft has crashed into that hostel. I hope there aren't too many casualties or fatalities there. We are praying for survivors, both from the aircraft and from the hostel. Looking at the videos that we've come across, I can see that, the aircraft lost power. And it's obviously either, from a massive bird ingestion in both engines or stalling of both the engines and a gradual, collapse of the aircraft as it fell like a stone there. That's the only thing. Of course, let's not forget this had almost 240 passengers and crew. It had, baggage plus laden with fuel for a 10-hour flight to London Gatwick. So, a lot of, fireball as soon as the aircraft exploded. But as far as the safety as well as and the engineering, the aircraft must have had a thorough check before it left. I don't see any issues as far as the safety. Both the pilots have almost 10,000 hours of aircraft experience.
Mr. Lazar, I have sorry to interrupt you there, sir. I have a raw video. I'd like you to also look at this video. You spoke about the kind of videos that are coming out. This is heartbreaking. Look at this. The moment the plane crashed, it's a raw video. It has an audio layer over it. Can I please play the audio layer as well, just to understand what the situation?
इसको देख करके ऐसा लगता है एक्सीडेंट ही होगा और मतलब बहुत ही गंभीर, बहुत दुखद घटना हुई है।
तो मुख्यमंत्री भूपेन्द्र पटेल के जो पहुंची चुक्या है
એર ઇન્ડિયાનું વિમાન ક્રેશ થયું, કેટલાય લોકો ઇજાગ્રસ્ત અને 70ના મોતની અત્યાર સુધી.
Okay, that's a video that just came into our newsroom right now. That's a raw video that shows you how people flock to the site. And okay, getting in some more breaking news updates. Some more breaking news updates coming in. MOS Civil. Okay, the Minister of State for Aviation has confirmed that a Mayday call was made by the pilot to the ATC. This is a breaking news update that's coming in. There was no reply from the cockpit after the ATC responded to the Mayday call. This is a breaking news input that we are getting in the last few minutes of this tragedy before the plane crashed to the ground into the hostel in Ahmedabad. The final call was made. There was no reply from the cockpit after the ATC responded to the Mayday call. MOS Aviation has confirmed that the Mayday call was made by the pilot of AI-171 to the ATC. And the pilot's Mayday message was that there is no thrust. Shavan, I think Shavan is live. I just heard him there. Shavan, it says no thrust. Plane not taking lift. It's what we were reporting, that the plane was struggling to get height.
Niranjan, we have a reporter there outside the DGCA and a confirmation really coming in from Harsha right now that there was a Mayday call that was made by the pilot. In fact, there was no response thereafter from the ATC. If Harsha can hear me, Harsha, what more details are you picking up now? A confirmation coming in. This was around 1:39. If I'm not wrong, 1:39 is when the Mayday call actually came in.
Yes, Shavan, you are right. It was 1:39, and earlier when we broke this news of the Mayday call, at that time we got the confirmation from the Air India sources. But now the Ministry of the MOS Civil Aviation, Muralidhar Mohol, in the press meet also has confirmed that yes, there was a Mayday call. There was a message which was sent to the ATC, and there was some message which was sent, and it was a Mayday call. But yeah, that the connection couldn't be set up between the ATC and between the pilot. And just after 15 minutes, there was a heavy crash. There was a huge crash sound which was heard by the airport manager and by the ATC at the Ahmedabad airport, and after that the entire team ran towards the crash site. But yes, there was a Mayday call which was made at 1:39. 1:17 was the time of the takeoff of the flight Ahmedabad to London and Ahmedabad to LBW. But when the aircraft was on the runway, and after being on the runway, just going on the runway, after 10 minutes only, pilot realized that there is a fault. There's a fault in the engine, and he couldn't dispose of the entire oil of the aircraft as well. And that was the time the Mayday call was given by the pilot to the ATC. And the entire incident has spanned out in 20 minutes. 20 minutes was the time when no connection or communication could be set up between the ATC and between the pilot, and a heavy crash sound was heard by the ATC. Now this has been confirmed both through Air India and by the MOS Civil Aviation as well. Back to you.
We have Sanjay Lazar who's still live with us. Sanjay Lazar, the pilot's Mayday message was no thrust, plane not taking lift. I repeat, no thrust, plane not taking lift. That's the last communication that has been accessed by Republic TV of the pilot's message to the ATC. Now you're an aviation expert. Now in layman's terms, can you describe to us what the pilot may have been experiencing, sir? No thrust, plane not taking lift.
Yeah, this was in the DGCA press release an hour ago, which said that at 13:39, 0809 UTC, it gave a Mayday call to ATC. And then he described on the ACARS that there was no thrust. No thrust means that exactly what I said, both engines had either stalled or had lost power through either ingestion of number of birds or, some fault. That's how the aircraft fell. No power, no thrust means it could not lift up. Yeah. That's why it kept falling.
Yeah, it explains that visual. I'm getting a first report from the crash site, going across to the report coming in.
જે પણ કંઈ મદદ હોય એ તમામ મદદ એ પહોંચાડવામાં આવે. સીએમ ભૂપેન્દ્ર પટેલ અમદાવાદ સિવિલ હોસ્પિટલ ટ્રોમા સેન્ટર ખાતે તેઓ અત્યારે પહોંચ્યા છે, કારણ કે જે લોકો આ પ્લેનમાં સવાર હતા તેમના સગા સંબંધીઓ પણ ત્યાં છે, એટલે તેમની સાથે પણ કદાચ એ વાતચીત થઈ શકે. અને
that report coming in, that's the crash site. You can see the hostel there. Hundreds of people still gathered. This was a report that was filed about 15 to 20 minutes ago, so waiting to play that report once more. But that's the situation now. First responders still on site as they try and look for survivors there at the crash site in Ahmedabad. I'm going across also to Rakshita if she has any more news updates. Rakshita, from the ground of the rescue operation.
Well, absolutely. The rescue operations continue because we can understand that this is a huge fire that happened after this, the explosion that happened after the crash. And we're getting more and more visuals from different angles. Viewers, this is the
Rakshita, we have the parliamentarian. Sorry, you can take a question with him as well. We have the Vadodara parliamentarian, Vadodara MP Hemang Joshi on the phone line. Hemang ji, aapko meri awaaz aa rahi hai?
Yeah, you're audible.
Hemang ji, can you tell us what is the situation on the ground?
Yeah, currently everyone is working on the war foot, and we all are in Vadodara also. Honorable CM sir has instructed for the preparedness. From Vadodara also we have sent SDRF, NDRF teams and fire team to the on the site, and also we are looking on the passengers who are in that flight are spread all across Gujarat. So we are trying to gather who's all are from Vadodara and also trying to help them to get the information on their relatives.
Joshi, well, is that this was a hostel where this crash happened. So there are multiple casualties feared in that residential area also, sir.
Yeah, it is a hostel campus. As much as I am about to learn, it is a hostel campus where the plane has crashed.
Any news on, a lot of people just waiting to hear about their family, their loved ones, Mr. Joshi? Any details of the survivors? Many of them have been taken to the hospital, right? Any news on that?
As far as I am able to learn, there are a few people who are able to survive themselves, and their treatment is going on in the civil hospital. Our health minister and all the even workers of the party are there at the spot, and they are trying to help them as much as possible. And Honorable PM sir and Honorable HM sir also is in constant touch with the administration at Gujarat.
My last question to you, Mr. Joshi, how were any students also casualties in this? Hearing that it crashed into that hostel.
Yeah, it's too early to confirm because currently this time is of the vacation time in the medical college, and how many people were there and what all are the confirmed numbers.
Yes.
I don't want to go to the numerics.
Understand that. No, understand. Thank you, Mr. Joshi. Appreciate you joining us here on Republic TV on the live coverage. That's Hemang Joshi, the Vadodara MP, talking about the rescue efforts on the ground. I'll go back to Shravan to get a breaking news update. Shravan, if you're picking up anything more on the investigation front, we have the last message that was sent out by the pilot. The pilot's mayday call, no thrust. I repeat, no thrust, plane not taking lift. No thrust, plane not taking lift.
Well, in fact, this came in exactly at 1:39. That's the confirmation that we have from the DGCA and from the ATC. This was at a time when the lift could not actually take place, and immediately thereafter you've had Captain Shubham making that mayday call. As far as the response really coming in, thereafter the ATC's communication to the aircraft was not connected, and that is one of the reasons why we're being told that that was the last communication that came in from the aircraft. Now, the reason why the preliminary investigation suggests that they could not have a lift-off. Now, whether at all there was a hydraulic pressure issue, now that confirmation not really coming in at this point in time. But that is the primary reason for this sudden fall, because the aircraft could not actually lift off, leading to a situation where there was no way that the pilots could have maneuvered the situation and take the aircraft or drifted away from the crowded area. It basically landed exactly at one of the medical institutes. It was a mess where the medical students were also present. There's a list that has now been put out by the government authorities with regards to the number of medical students who have been admitted to the nearby hospital. We can confirm that all those who have been injured have been taken to the Ahmedabad civil hospital where the first aid is now being provided. Emergency numbers have already been put out by Air India as well as the Gujarat government with regards to anyone who wants to contact right now and to basically find out about the whereabouts of their loved ones. Now, that's the latest really coming in. In terms of the investigation, remember the Civil Aviation Ministry has put the entire blame right now on the Tatas, because it is the responsibility of the group to ensure that the serviceability of the aircrafts are done. But clearly from the documentation that we have right now, multiple show cause notices that have been been issued, which have been accessed by our reporter, clearly goes on to indicate that something was certainly amiss, particularly with regards to this very aircraft.
Okay, Mo, we're getting in many reactions from across the world. This is Ursula von der Leyen, who's also, that is the President of the European Commission, who has just tweeted, and I'm getting in that reaction as well. She has just put out a message on social media platform X. She has said, heartbreaking news from India with a tragic plane crash in Ahmedabad. My deepest condolences to the families and loved ones grieving this terrible loss. We share your pain, dear Narendra Modi. Europe stands in solidarity with you and the people of India in this moment of sorrow. And I'm getting in some more breaking news updates. Shavan, I think you can also pick that up. Some more details of the aircraft type, Boeing 787 Dreamliner. These are some more facts that we're putting out of what we know so far of the tragedy, where this plane from Ahmedabad to Gatwick has crashed in Ahmedabad. It was a Boeing 787 Dreamliner, registration bearing the registration VTANB, flight number AI171, Ahmedabad to London Gatwick, shortly after takeoff at 1:39. 1:39 is the exact time that it crashed this afternoon. If we have Sanjay Lazar, maybe we can get a question in from him, Rakshita, because we also heard that, Mr. Lazar, from the details available with us, about 5 to 6 months back in December 2024, there was, okay, let me see if he's with us. If he's not with us, then we can try and get you some more breaking news updates. Rakshita, some more details that we're picking up right now.
Absolutely. Well, we are getting in updates about the aircraft now. As we speak, it was Boeing 787. This is official. And registration VTANB, Ahmedabad to shortly after takeoff at the crash time is shortly after takeoff at 1:39 Indian Standard Time. So this is the update that we, of course, have been, reporting to the to our viewers. Also, yes, there are condolences that are pouring in from Canada to other, as Ursula von der Leyen. Also, you had just pointed out from the European Union.
And the Vice President has just also tweeted.
Okay, the Vice President has also tweeted. We'll just read that out. We will get you all the reactions that are coming, but these are the important visuals that we are playing out from outside that hostel, and inside that hostel you can understand the scale of destruction. And if there are any survivors or not, we do not know yet. But the latest update is that it's confirmed what Republic was reporting, that there was a Mayday call made by the pilot right after takeoff, and after that he could not take control. What we saw, that he struggled to continue with the flight. And what happened was the crash. We can again show that moment of crash for those who are tuning in. We can show the moment of crash and the aftermath. And you can see, this is the aftermath. You can see how the parts of the aircraft are strewn. You can see that nose of that aircraft is atop that building.
Yeah. Sanjay Lazar, if you're there, this same Ahmedabad to London Air India flight, AI171. Okay, I think I lost him. Fine. This is the most alarming aspect of this. We have just learned that the same London Air India flight, Ahmedabad to London Air India flight, AI171, had reported a technical snag 6 months ago, the exact same flight. On the 14th of December 2024, it was grounded after a major fault was detected, leaving nearly 300 passengers stranded, outraged back then. The airline, Air India, had assured that the issue would be resolved. And today, AI171, the same flight that faced a technical snag, has crashed. And we have some details coming in also of the condition of the former Chief Minister of Gujarat, Vijay Rupani, but we will wait for that. We will hold on to that until we get some more details about his condition. Getting in some more details now of the control rooms that have been activated. I've been getting a lot of calls in the last few minutes because all eyes also on survivors, people praying that their loved ones are safe. And these are live pictures coming in right now at the civil hospital on the right of your screen. That's a picture, a live shot from the civil hospital. Heavy police, heavy security cover there. And on the left of your screen, there's a live shot of the tail. That's the tail of the plane that's hanging out of the building. And getting in some more news now, I think, okay, plane lost all height in seconds. This is another update that Abhishek is getting us. If Shawan is there, we'll go across to him as well. Shawan, are you there? If you can give us more details of what we know of the last few minutes. At 1:39, that's the time the plane crashed. The Mayday message was that no thrust, no thrust, plane not taking off, and immediately after that, the plane lost all height in seconds. You have that video, Rakshita, that shows the plane coming down in seconds.
Yes.
And it appears that it was struggling to keep in the air and crashed, and it explains, the Mayday message explains what the pilot was going through, that his engines perhaps were failing. It lost all height in a few seconds.
Yes, we can just play that visual out, the moment of takeoff and that blast that happened, that explosion, the moment of there you have that visual to the left side of your screens, viewers. The moment it took off, it struggled to maintain height, and it came crashing down on this hostel that you see, doctors' hostel, and there are multiple casualties feared. Many students feared to have been suffering there. We do not have any information officially yet on that. We are waiting for official confirmation on the figures. But there you have the aftermath, that the huge plumes of smoke that emanated, that billowed out from that building, and the nose is on one part of the building, the top floor, the terrace of that hostel, and more parts strewn all around the campus, And then we see that there are visuals coming in from the civil hospital where all the injured have been now rushed.
I think we have someone who missed that flight joining us live.
Yes.
Bhumi Ben Chavan. Bhumi Chavan, can you hear me? Aapko meri awaaz aa rahi hai?
Yes, I can hear you.
Hearing that you missed that flight, what time was the flight takeoff scheduled for?
The takeoff time was around 1:10.
1:10?
Yes.
And how many minutes did you miss the flight by?
10 minutes.
10 minutes?
Only 10 minutes.
And were you scheduled to travel yourself, or were you traveling with your family?
No, I am traveling alone.
Okay. Are you still at the airport, or are you back home?
No, I have just left the airport and heading back to my home.
Bhumiji, where were you traveling to? Were you traveling to London?
Yes, I was traveling to London as I was living in Bristol. I am here for vacation.
Okay. Was the plane on time? Was the plane on time? Was the plane on time?
Yeah. Plane was ready on time.
Were you traveling
Yes.
Were you traveling to meet your family there, or were you traveling on work, or?
Yes. My husband is there. Okay. I am here in India only for vacation, and the vacation is over now. I'm back to work, but just because of 10 minutes, I'm not able to travel.
You know, I don't know what to tell you, Bhumiji, but you know, it's one of those things. It's intervention, perhaps intervention that you were not on that flight. But you know, I hope you're praying for everyone else on that flight.
Definitely, I'm completely devastated after hearing all this loss.
Yes.
And my body is literally shivering. Yeah, I'm not able to talk anymore as well.
No, I completely understand, ma'am. And what were your thoughts?
Yes,
what came to your mind when you heard of this plane crashing?
I only just thank to God. Just my Ganpati Bappa saved me.
And why did you miss the flight? If I may ask you, what were you late?
Yeah,
what happened? What delayed you?
Yeah, because of traffic. Ahmedabad traffic.
Right.
Yes.
Bhumiji, my colleague Rakshita is also here. She would like to take a few questions with you. Rakshita, if
Bhumiji, we completely understand that it's devastating for everybody who have, even we sitting here when we watch those visuals, it's absolutely terrifying, ma'am. But did you hear, what was the moment right after that crash? Because it took some few minutes, what we understand. Only few minutes after takeoff, this crash happened. What was the situation inside and around the airport, ma'am?
As I don't know what was the situation because I have already left the airport around 1:30.
Okay.
But yeah, I know that I have seen so many police are just running here and there, and so many vehicles are also running quickly, and they all are headed in one direction. So yes.
Okay.
But I don't know exactly what was the situation as I have already left.
Do you fly to London often?
No, I was there since 2 years, and the first time I came here after moving to London.
I want to ask you, Bhumiji, because we are hearing that this is not the first time that this particular flight, AI-171, had a technical snag. In December 2024, there was a technical snag. It was pointed out. I want to check with you. When you hear of something like this, as someone who was supposed to be on that flight, what comes to you? I mean, what goes through your mind?
My mind and my body is totally blank after hearing this. As I also left my son here.
I think we'll let you go, Bhumiji, but thank you for joining us. And I mean, you're lucky, Bhumiji, that you are still there at the airport, still there in Ahmedabad. Many people have lost their lives. We don't have a count. We are all praying that there are survivors here in this particular crash in Ahmedabad. But divine intervention, Bhumiji, thank you for joining us. That's someone who missed the AI-171 flight, Rakshita, saying that she missed the flight by 10 minutes, missed the flight because of the traffic in Ahmedabad, and she heard it just when she was about to exit the airport.
Absolutely, and in fact, it's terrifying for those who even anybody could have been there, and could have been there, and that's what she's now wondering that anything could have happened, because these are horrific visuals. The biggest air tragedy that India has witnessed, one of the biggest tragedies, aviation tragedies that India has witnessed. And as we speak, we have more and more messages coming in. We have Vice President of India, Jagdeep Dhankar, also, who has condemned this incident, saying the unfortunate incident in Ahmedabad has left us confronting a devastating human tragedy. My thoughts and prayers are all with those affected. In this moment of grief, the nation stands united in solidarity with them. And as we speak, viewers, the NDRF and RF managing rescue relief operation continues in Ahmedabad. Injured passengers have been shifted to the civil hospital, but there you have the firefighting, the rescue operation that had begun right after this crash happened, and bodies of those injured viewers, how they were rushed to the civil hospital. Visuals from inside the hospital. It is devastating to see. It's a miracle if anybody has survived, because there are charred bodies that were in fact there on the ground at the crash site in that. If you see that hostel, viewers, where this entire building is completely mangled. You can see parts of that building completely broken down. You can see the nose of that aircraft on the atop that building on the terrace, and parts of the wings and other parts of that aircraft strewn all around in the vicinity, in the area. In the premises of that doctor's hostel. Remember, there are undergraduate students also who were residing in that hostel, and there are casualties in that hostel as well. Remember, the MOS for civil aviation, speaking to Republic just a while ago, has said that action will be taken. Our priority right now is to look for the survivors and provide medical relief for those injured, and provide the necessary help to the families. But the question, of course, Niranjan, remains is Air India and the persistent issues with Air India. We've got those show cause notices as well, which in fact show that there has been this it's a case of criminal negligence, isn't it, Niranjan, when we speak about what Air India has been doing, and this is about more than 200 people on board.
Yeah, and one more thing, I'm just reading from a tweet. We will have to verify it. Our teams are verifying. There is a passenger who has also tweeted a few minutes back at 4:20, about half an hour ago. He's tweeted saying that he was on that same flight, and he says he was on that flight 2 hours before it took off from Ahmedabad, and he was on the flight from the Delhi to Ahmedabad leg of the flight, same flight. He says he noticed a few unusual things. And he also says that he made a video to tweet to Air India, and that he wants to share more details. So we will try and reach him. We will verify the claims first. We will reach him. But what is clearly emerging right now is that there were many complaints that were made. It was a serious series of lapses by Air India, not just in the case of AI-171. In the last 10 days alone, there were several show cause notices that went out from the DGCA to different people in Air India, including to the CTO. A letter was sent from the DGCA to the CTO on another flight. That was an Air India flight AI-189. And they received a complaint from the Transport Canada Authority that passenger seats were not equipped with serviceable and airworthy seatbelt assemblies. That investigations that were carried out were show that there were series of lapses in communication, coordination, procedure that were followed. There is another notice that we accessed, which also mentions that control center procedure manual was not followed. This is on the 5th of June. A show cause notice was sent out once again to Air India based on the same complaint. And I have a third letter that has also been issued that I've accessed here. And this particular show cause notice also went out from the Deputy Director of Airworthiness, and on behalf of the Director General Civil Aviation, and on behalf of the DGCA, that showed several lapses. Lapse number one, that several aircraft had flown with expired emergency equipment detail mentioned in attached investigation report. Secondly, aircraft was flying with old C of R and owner's plate detail mentioned in attached investigation report. Third, organization had failed to submit the compliance within due date mentioned in the DRF raised by this office. Now, all of this was also marked to the CEO of Air India, and it is proposed, look at this, it also said it is proposed to take enforcement action as per rules. Mohit Nanda, quality manager of Air India, hereby called upon to face show cause notice. It is also proposed, DGCA proposed to take enforcement action as per rules against Campbell Wilson. Campbell Wilson, on behalf of Air India, called upon to show cause why the proposed action should not be taken against the organization. So it's not 1, 2 or 3. There were several series of lapses that were being reported time after time, frequently, almost. Rakshita.
Absolutely, and this is what we have been talking about, Air India, and these, right from the Chief Technical Officer who had just, I think, taken over last year from Vistara to Air India. He had taken over the operations. He's been under the scanner from the DGCA, and he has questions to answer today as well, because what we understand, and we can try and connect with the aviation experts, because there seems to be an engineering, the engine failure, or if as the layman what we can understand, we can always ask the experts what could have happened, and arrest remains the matter of investigation. But yes, there is 58,000 litres of fuel. This is a 10-hour flight, and the longer the flight, obviously, there is more fuel. 58,000 litres of fuel we are talking about, and henceforth we saw that massive flame, that massive blaze that was reported, and everything was burning. There are charred bodies. The entire aircraft is charred. There you have visuals from inside the hostel where it crashed, and the firefighting efforts continue. You can see the water that has been sprayed on there from that building. There have been, of course, fire reported from the Aviation building. What we understand from Ahmedabad, rescue operations still continue, and the people are being treated. Many people have injured, and they have, in fact, this is not injury. These are burns. People have suffered burns, and this is very, very serious. We have to understand there are more than 100 people. And we do not have the exact figure yet, but there are international flyers also. There are foreign nationals also. There are British. There are more than 50, at least 52, I think, British, passengers who were there on the flight to London's Gatwick Airport. There were the Portuguese passengers also, and Indian, of course. The maximum number of passengers were Indians, and then more than 150, what we understand, more than 150 have part of the casualties figure. No word yet properly. Still, it's been hours, Niranjan. Air India still hasn't divulged any details.
We don't have more details. In fact, we are waiting for more details to come in. In fact, there is also, as we speak, a press release that has been put out by the US Embassy in India. We'll go across to that as well. The US Embassy also putting out a series of messages, joining the list of countries that are showing concern with India as the investigation also continues, because they will also want to watch Boeing. Boeing has been under the scanner. Now, let me tell you some more details of what we know so far. There are several reports that have come in. So we'd like to go across also to Shravan and our reporters on the spot. Let's see who's on the spot. Azerbaijan has also tweeted, the government of Azerbaijan has also tweeted, we are deeply saddened by the tragic plane crash in Ahmedabad, India. We extend our condolences to the families and loved ones of those affected. We hope for strength and healing in the days ahead. Now, that's what they have said. I have the full passenger manifest. I don't know whether I can read out the full passenger manifest, but we have the details with us. Muralidhar Mohol, the Union Minister of State for Civil Aviation, spoke a few minutes back, and we are hearing. He has given some details about the numbers. I'll wait for some more details before I put that out. But what we also hear is that the Russian President Vladimir Putin has also issued a statement. So we're getting in back-to-back details. Vladimir Putin has expressed deep condolences to the Indian leadership over the tragic consequences of the plane crash at the Ahmedabad airport. So that's another breaking news update that we have. The Russian President has just put out a statement, and he has contacted, or rather his government has sent a message to the Indian government that they are of course deeply sorry with what has happened in Ahmedabad. Some more details that are coming in. The Gujarat Chief Minister, as we speak, is at the Asarwa Civil Hospital in Ahmedabad, where the plane crash injured have been brought. So we are still waiting for a detail on those who are injured. Rakshita, any more details that you're picking up on those who are injured? Okay, quick update, and I'll hand it over to you. The Airports Authority of India has just put out a message. Airports Authority of India has said flight operations from the Ahmedabad airport have resumed since 4:05 hours. It is recommended that travelers check flight status directly with the airline and monitor the airline's websites for further updates. This is a breaking news update. Rakshita.
Right, and as we speak, we also have Muralidhar Mohol. Once again, he's spoken. He said that there were a total of 242 people, 12 crew members, 230 passengers. We are reaching there. Relief work is going on. Prime Minister is keeping an eye on it, and our ministry has also issued a helpline number. Delhi Air India, the airport and helpline number. So yes, the Yogi Adityanath has also tweeted and condemned this situation, this crash. Condolences to the families of all the passengers and crew members, and saying that it's extremely sad and heartbreaking. Muralidhar Mohol on this Air India passenger plane, he spoke to ATG Arnab Goswami a while back, also saying that there will be action against whoever is behind this massive tragedy that is being reported. And this, of course, is one of the biggest matter of investigation, because what we understand is that there was a Mayday call that was made to the air traffic control after the takeoff, and just after a few seconds there was no response from the cockpit. Obviously, he was trying to control the situation, and clearly the crash happened. These were experienced pilots, two pilots who were there. Captain Sumit Savarwal was in command, and he made that payday call, and that was it. And nobody heard from him. The ATC did not hear from him after that. And what followed was this crash into that doctor's hostel. Was it an engine issue? That is a matter of investigation. The Prime Minister's office, remember, and the Civil Aviation Ministry has sought a report from Air India, and this has to be something to do with the technical error in the Dreamliner 7878 Dreamliner. And on the 7th of June, there has been, of course, multiple such issues flagged. As Niranjan was pointing out, there was one of the passengers, or an individual who has tweeted. We do not know, we cannot verify his claims, but yes, he has spoken, he wants to speak out about what he had witnessed. And we have more visuals, devastation there. You can see, we'll try and just, okay, this is from inside, I think, the hostel. Moments after the crash.
Looks like the hostel mess. It looks like the hostel mess there. And that's a long shot. And those are pictures coming in. Yes.
Okay, Harsha is joining us outside the DGCA. Harsha, have you been able to get any response from the DGCA yet? Because there have been multiple lapses that we have also accessed information about. Harsha.
No, Rakshita, right now still we are outside DGCA. In fact, that time I was standing outside the reception. Now we have been asked, and we were literally asked to go out, or other action will be taken against us. That's the reason now we are standing outside DGCA office. No official response from DGCA, but yes, when Muralidhar Mohol went inside, there was a meeting which happened between the minister and the DGCA officials. What we're getting to know is that the officials and the minister have left for Ahmedabad. All will be going on spot, and also airport manager, ATC and the others with whom the pilot was in touch, in contact during the before the crash, because the communication, the connection which couldn't be established between ATC and between the pilot, those all will be inquired and investigation will happen. But before that, the minister also clearly stated that yes, the important thing right now is that to see that how many lives could be saved. The actual number of casualty was not known, but what the Air India officials have confirmed to us is that it's very difficult to say if anyone would be alive, because the oil couldn't be disposed from the aircraft. In this span of 20 minutes, the crash took place, and there was still the oil in the aircraft, and that's the reason why there was a huge crash, heavy crash. And right now the lives are very much important, but it's very hard to say that anyone will survive this or not. There are several who are critical and admitted in the hospital, but no response from DGCA yet. But yes, one update what we are getting to know right now, that all the investigation, all the safety issue, the faulty aircraft, all could be sealed of Air India in coming days. The proper investigation mail and the notice will be served from Civil Aviation Ministry, from DGCA and BCAS to the aviation, to the airline Air India, and they will have to stop flying the faulty airline. This what we are learning is going to come in coming days, because right now back-to-back meetings are happening at DGCA office, from where I am reporting, because this is bizarre, this is very shocking that how till now Air India has been operating its aircraft, the faulty aircraft, the expired equipment, the engines were not properly maintained, and it was the condition of most of the Boeing 787, Boeing 320, and also several international aircrafts as well.
Just be with me, Harsha, be with me. I have Mayur Chandnani. Mayur Chandnani is joining us live. Let me see if I have a live shot with him. Mayur, can you tell us, just describe to us, Mayur, you're live on Republic. If you can describe to our viewers what you see around you there. Okay, I think we have a network issue there. Rhythm is also joining us live in our studios. And there are more details that are now coming in, Rhythm. There was a tweet that was also put out by a viewer. We're trying to get him live as well, who also said that he was on that leg of the same flight between Delhi and Ahmedabad, and he also noticed a few unusual things on the plane. Now, that's what he said. He tweeted that out, and he said he put out a video, tagged Air India, tagged DGCA as well. So we'll try and get him live in a short while from now. We're trying to contact him, and we should be able to get him live. But our focus and our prayers now also on the hospital, where many people are praying for survivors, hoping that there are survivors in this. 105 casualties was the last number that we had. We hope that there are survivors. Everyone's waiting for those details to come in. We don't have that yet. Rhythm, if you can also take our viewers through that. Rhythm is joining us live. And as I go across to Rhythm, some more details that we're picking up in our newsrooms. Right now, operations have resumed at the Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel International Airport, which is the Ahmedabad airport. Operations have resumed here, and the Airports Authority of India has also confirmed that flights have begun to take off at the Ahmedabad airport since 4:05 hours, saying that they recommend that travelers check flight status directly with the airline. So there was a little bit of a delay in airlines taking off and landing at the Ahmedabad airport, which was expected given what has happened right outside Ahmedabad. And these are pictures from the hostel. This is the hostel. A series of buildings where the plane crashed into. Look at that. That's the tail of the plane that's jutting out of the building. And it crashed into the building. And there was another long shot where you saw the fuselage of the plane hanging out or jutting into the the students' mess. And some more details that we're picking up. Portugal, the Portuguese government also putting out a statement in the last few minutes saying that they are shocked, deeply saddened to learn about the tragic accident involving Air India flight bound for UK from India. Mayur Chandnani is joining us live. He's at the spot, and we'd like to go across to him to get some more details. Mayur, if you can tell us what you're seeing there, what is the situation on the spot? Okay, his mic is muted, so we will ask him to unmute. It will be better if we can try and record something with him perhaps and get, maybe that would be a little easier to get that in. Also, some more details of the rescue operations. Troops of the 100 RAF, troops of the 100 RAF and GCCRPF Gandhinagar, approximately 150 personnel are involved in the rescue operations as of now. This is the other update that we had from Rhythm. If you can also join the broadcast in a few minutes, he will be joining us live. And those are pictures coming in moments after the crash when those injured from that plane crash were wheeled into the civil hospital in Ahmedabad. And I'm getting in some more details.
For exact details to be put out, but you would have seen, that everybody is concerned, and we once again convey our deepest condolences to all the families who have lost their loved ones. On Canada, we had a question from Shivam and also from you, so I will combine both these issues. As you are aware, our Prime Minister had received a call from the Canadian Prime Minister last week. During the call, Prime Minister Carney had invited Prime Minister to attend the G7, and as you are aware, the invitation has been accepted. It was also an occasion for the two Prime Ministers to talk about India or reflect on India-Canada relations and how do we take it forward. As you are aware, India, Canada are vibrant democracies which are bound by shared democratic values and a steadfast commitment to the rule of law, and of course, very vibrant people-to-people ties. We believe that the forthcoming meeting between the two leaders on the sidelines of the G7 summit in Kananaskis in Canada will offer an important opportunity for them to
moved on to another subject where he's speaking about the upcoming G7 summit. But we are going back to the plane crash. We are staying non-stop on the plane crash in Ahmedabad, and this is the video. This is the video of the plane that crashed into the hostel, and look at that, showing the impact. And those are parts of the plane, the fuselage that is being pulled out from the scene, and those are the rescue operations. Some we don't know whether that's the black box. But of course, that's not the black box. That's some of the equipment from the flight that's being pulled out. And those were pictures that came in moments after the crash when the rescue operations began. And those are pictures also of the situation when the plane crashed in Ahmedabad. And this is near the Meghani area. The Meghani area in Ahmedabad is where the plane from Ahmedabad to Gatwick crash landed. This is in Meghani. This is an Air India Ahmedabad to London flight that crashed shortly after takeoff at the Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel International Airport in Ahmedabad. The flight went down in the Meghani area, struggled to maintain height, roughly from 825 feet. It started to descend rapidly, and the last Mayday message, the Mayday call that was made from the pilot to the ATS said that he's struggling to maintain lift. He's struggling to take lift. And this is the Air India Boeing 787 Dreamliner. More details of that flight. Look at that. That's a moment after the crash when you see that lady there who's just running from the spot. This is moments after the crash. More and more videos that are emerging from Ahmedabad. And the aircraft was London's Gatwick, plunged into the Meghani area of Ahmedabad, sending up a massive plume of black smoke and triggering emergency response. Different agencies are on the ground. That's the moment that plane just rapidly descended. Rhythm, if you can also, join us with some more details that are now coming in. Aircraft was under the command of Captain Sumit Sabharwal. Captain Sumit Sabharwal was the pilot. First officer Clive Kundar. First officer was Clive Kundar from the details that are available. Roughly 56,000 liters of fuel on board. That it was a full tank. The flight had just taken off, so it was fully loaded with the fuel, enough air turbine fuel to take it all the way up to Gatwick, London. It was fueled for the long haul, and that showed in the intensity of the explosion and the fire that followed the crash. The DGCA, we are expecting more details from the DGCA, which is likely to begin its investigation with a team from Boeing. Boeing hasn't said much, saying that they are only aware of the crash and that they are gathering more details. We are waiting for more detailed press release also from Area and the Tata group that just put out very basic minimum details following the crash, but nothing concrete after that. Why did the plane crash? Why did the plane struggle to take lift? Why did the pilot and pilot send out that Mayday call to the ATS? And Rhythm is now joining us live. Rhythm.
Yes, Niranjan, as I join you live, we stay with those pictures moments after the crash, the rescue operations underway. The airplane had crashed near Ahmedabad. The MEA has spoken and stated the Ahmedabad plane crash is a tragedy. We've also seen the team Modi rush to the spot. This is the biggest tragedy we've seen, the Air India plane crash. 133 people have died, a loss of life, a colossal loss of life. And details that are coming in: the Air India flight departed from Ahmedabad at 13:38 hours, was carrying 242 passengers. Moments after the crash, visuals on the screen, crew members on board the Boeing 787-8 aircraft. Of these, 169 are Indian nationals, 53 British nationals, 1 Canadian national, 7 Portuguese nationals. And we're following reports of what happened after the crash. The visuals on the screen are showing the way the crash took place, and there are several people talking about why this could have been avoided, Niranjan. We're getting to know about the show cause notices that were also sent to the authorities. The Directorate General of the Civil Aviation was given letters, and these were sent from people who were trying to point out the sort of details they had, the discrepancies that were there in the earlier things, whether it was with what was happening or how the Tata run Air India was actually working. The terrifying final moments, and I'm going to first stay with those pictures, the terrifying final moments of the Air India flight AI-171 that crashed into the residential area in Ahmedabad today. It was clearly a catastrophic loss of life, and we stay with those details. We also following the reports. The last signal from this flight, in fact, was received at 8:08:51, just seconds after takeoff. The aircraft that was involved, like we said, was the Dreamliner with registration. It departed from Ahmedabad. The details have just been given out. And it struggled, in fact, we were showing earlier. And we're showing that visual right now on the left side of the screen as the plane crashed. It was struggling to gain altitude shortly after departing Ahmedabad bound for London. It seemed to stall, and then it crashed into a residential area. The plane was the Boeing 787, it was involved in the fatal crash. Niranjan, I also want to ask you the show cause notices that have been given, if you can give out some more details of that.
Yes, there are at least 3 or 4 show cause notices that we have received here at Republic TV, and this is Harsha and our team of reporters, including Shavan, who are breaking down the details of the show cause notice. We have one that was written to Air India on the 5th of June. On the 5th of June, in fact, there was a show cause notice sent out by the DGCA asking about the airworthiness of some of the flights. For example, this specific show cause that I have of Air India flight AI-189. It was a flight dated 27th of March, which they say was not even equipped with serviceable and airworthy seatbelt assemblies. It was observed from the investigation that the flight was dispatched with seats inoperative, violating restriction conditions mentioned in MEL, resulting in sale of seat, etc. Okay, I think we have some more inputs. Okay, Arnab spoke to the Minister of State, Civil Aviation. He had a long conversation with him on why Air India needs to come under the scanner, at least now. Listen in.
Muralidhar Mohan, who's Minister of State for Civil Aviation, is with me. Mr. Mohan, good afternoon. This is Arnab Goswami here. What is the initial information you have, Mr. Mohan, regarding the cause of the crash, please?
जी, ये दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण घटना हुई है 2 घंटे पहले शायद। उसके बाद वहाँ पे इमरजेंसी सभी सेवाएं शुरू है। वहाँ की स्टेट गवर्नमेंट से हमारी ऊपर से हमारी मिनिस्ट्री है। अभी भी दिल्ली में एक उच्च स्तरीय बैठक भी हुई। हमारे HM सर और हमारे कैबिनेट मिनिस्टर भी वहाँ पहुँच रहे हैं। मैं भी दिल्ली से यहाँ से हमारे सेक्रेटरी DGCA के साथ यहाँ से निकला हूँ। अभी तो कुछ 242 लोग थे, उसमें 230 यात्री है, 12 क्रू मेंबर्स है। अभी राज्य सरकार के माध्यम से वहाँ पे राहत बचाव का कार्य हुए है और घटनास्थल पे अभी पहुंच रहे हैं सब। तो थोड़ा अभी एक्चुअली रीजन क्या है कि थोड़ा जांच के बाद वहां जाने के बाद थोड़ा पता चलेगा, लेकिन अभी तो प्रायोरिटी यही है।
मेरे पास खबर है कि मोहन जी कि यही प्लेन एयर इंडिया की इंटरनल कंप्लेंट चल रही थी और उन्होंने सीटीओ को 5 तारीख को शो कॉज नोटिस भेजा था। क्या टाटा ग्रुप या एयर इंडिया ने आपको बताया था कि ऐसी कोई इंटरनल इशू उनकी चल रही थी या फिर ये छुपाया गया?
नहीं, अभी तो जो मीटिंग हुई यहाँ पे उसके लिए अभी ये सभी घटनाओं की जांच चल रही है, हमारी सभी टीम उस पर काम कर रही है।
नहीं, बट टाटा ग्रुप की कोई रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी तो बनती है ना मुरलीधर जी?
बिल्कुल बनती है, लेकिन थोड़ा सा मुझे लगता है कि फर्स्ट प्रायोरिटी हमारी यही है कि पहले वहाँ पे जो बचाव कार्य हमारा हाथ का कार्य है उसमें काम करें। लेकिन
नहीं, वो बात ठीक है, मगर अगर इंटरनल, मेरा सवाल है कि अगर इंटरनल प्रॉब्लम्स थे, कोई भी टेक्निकल प्रॉब्लम हो एक प्लेन के साथ, तो वो कैसे फ्लाई कर सकती है? मेरे पास एक शोकॉज नोटिस भी है इनकी।
जी, तो उस पर बिल्कुल जांच होगी और उस पर कार्रवाई भी होगी, लेकिन पहले अगर उसकी जांच के बाद इस परिणाम को क्या आगे परिणाम है उस पर बात कर सकते हैं।
नहीं, मगर इसमें जो हमारे पास है, जो इधर हमारे पास इन्वेस्टिगेशन रिपोर्ट है और हर बार ये एयर इंडिया को क्या लंबी छूट दी गई है?
बिल्कुल नहीं।
जब से टाटा ग्रुप ने टेक ओवर किया है, और अगर ऐसे जैसे ये प्लेन में लिखा गया है एयरक्राफ्ट इज फ्लाइंग विथ एस्केप स्लाइड्स दैट आर ओवरड्यू फॉर इंस्पेक्शन, ओवरड्यू है, इंस्पेक्शन कंपोनेंट इफेक्ट हो गए हैं प्लेन्स के, ये सारी इंफॉर्मेशन तो थी, मगर कभी कोई पब्लिक नहीं होती है। क्या एयर इंडिया पर इसलिए मतलब सॉफ्ट है क्योंकि टाटा ग्रुप मैनेज कर रही है एयर इंडिया को?
ऐसा कुछ नहीं, किसी को भी अगर जो गलत है उसको किसी को भी छोड़ा नहीं जाएगा। जो उसमें प्रॉब्लम थे जिसके कारण ये हुआ है उसकी जांच होने के बाद उस पर बिल्कुल कार्रवाई होगी। कोई भी हो, आखिर में इतना बड़ा हादसा हुआ है, इसके पीछे कौन सा भी कारण हो उसके जांच होकर उस पर कार्रवाई जरूर होगी।
हाँ जी, मुरलीधर जी बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Okay, that was Muralidhar Mohol, the Minister of State for Civil Aviation, who spoke to Arnab Goswami a few minutes back, and he also spoke about how the government would now investigate Air India, and it's about time, because you look at the history of the kind of show cause notices that we have, back-to-back show cause notices. A little bit about this plane rhythm that you're seeing on your screen right now. That's the Boeing 7878. It's called the Dreamliner. It's a wide-body airline developed and manufactured by Boeing. It's had a history of technical snags, and in the last few months and years itself, we have seen several technical issues that have come to the fore. It was a flight operating from London to Ahmedabad to London's Gatwick Airport, crashed, and this specific flight rhythm in December 2024 also faced a technical snag. I think we're getting in some more inputs. We'll keep going between inputs and the news that we're getting in right now. Fresh inputs from the ground now.
लंदन में ही रहते थे, यहाँ हाँ फ्लाइट
और आपको पता चला?
हाँ, बड़ौदा से हम अभी आए हैं।
बड़ौदा से अभी आए, उसकी देखभाल करेंगे। ठीक है। क्या लग रहा है कि आपको परिवार की इस तरह से कहीं ना कहीं मुसीबत?
अंदर जाने ही नहीं, अपडेट ही नहीं है कुछ, तो कैसे पता चलेगा?
So a lot of people anxious, their relatives waiting near the civil hospital in Ahmedabad to get some news of their loved ones. Now, another bit of news that we're picking up, before today's crash, Boeing claimed to have had a great record with this particular plane, but that's not the case. Now, Boeing also has been under global scanner following different technical snags that have happened with this flight itself, the Boeing 7878. It was called, and they went to the extent, Rhythm, of calling this the best-selling passenger wide-body of all time, having claimed to have carried more than 1 billion passengers. That is how they marketed this particular plane. But certainly there has been, this is come under the scanner, and there will be an investigation now. The MEA has also put out a statement, a brief statement. You heard from Randir Jaiswal there, who said what's happened in Ahmedabad is very tragic. We've lost a lot of people. We extend our deepest condolences to all those who've lost their loved ones. There are several foreigners. That's the number we have. That's all we have right now. They say there are several foreigners. You will receive updates from the relevant departments. Ministry of Civil Aviation Air India and others. That is the latest I can share. It's an evolving situation. Rescue operations are on. We need to wait a little more time to get the exact details. Any more details you're picking up, Rhythm?
Absolutely. And like you're saying, viewers, we're also getting a visual of the last known video from a passenger on the London-bound flight, which will just play out in a bit. I'm just going to put that out so that we can actually have and authenticate the veracity of this. So, Niranjan, just, as we're speaking, and Niranjan, there are rescue operations. After the crash, we're also showing you the hospital images, and the aircraft departed from the runway at 1:39 p.m. today, Niranjan.
Okay, there was a Mayday distress call that went out from the pilot. This was when the plane was beginning to lose height. The pilot told the ATC, the air traffic control room, that he was struggling to take flight. The plane was struggling to take flight. That was the Mayday distress call, and it received, in fact, the distress call that was given out, which received no response from the ATC is what we are hearing. Now, we don't know. We don't know. We will have to wait and watch whether there was no response from the air traffic control, or whether the air traffic control responded and nothing came back from the pilot. But these are some more details that we're picking up. And we have some more, those are pictures coming in from the civil hospital. Those were moments after the crash. It didn't just crash with its passengers and a fuel tank loaded with nearly 56,000 liters of air turbine fuel. It crashed into a building, an area where there were at least 3 to 4 buildings, including a hostel. Now, some of the people we spoke to in that particular area, some of the parliamentarians included, who said that given that it was summer holidays, perhaps that there were many who were not at the hostel. We don't know whether there were casualties suffered on the side of students as well. But many charred bodies were removed from the site, and we are praying for survivors. There is no official word so far that has come in on the status of those who are injured. We don't have an exact number, but we're getting in more pictures of more and more rescue teams that are coming in. We have the 100 RAF and the GC CRPF Gandhinagar also now involved in the rescue operations. There's roughly 150 people who are also there, and waiting for some more details. Rhythm?
Yes, absolutely. And Niranjan, if we can just give out the details that we have with us currently, as we're putting out on camera the tail of the plane that has been stuck at the hostel where it had crashed. We're also going to try and go across to some eyewitnesses who had seen what had happened. We're going to try and be patched with them. We're getting more details about what had happened. But first, I'm also going to be reading out what Randhir Jaiswal had said. We're also going to try and get an eyewitness who is a municipal corporator present at the civil hospital. We are getting condolence messages from the president of Russia, Vladimir Putin, who sent us a condolence message. But first, we're also going to see what is happening in terms of the messages we are getting. MEA spokesperson has said what happened in Ahmedabad is a tragic accident. We've lost a lot of people. We extend our deepest condolences to all those who've lost their loved ones. There are several foreigners. You will receive the updates from the relevant departments, Ministry of Civil Aviation, Air India and others. That is the latest I can share. It's an evolving situation. The rescue operations are on. We will need to wait for a little more time for exact details to be out. What we can tell you about the crash, like we've been putting out, is the details about what happened and when it happened. I also want to tell you, as condolences continue pouring in, we're getting you pictures of the on camera the moment the Air India plane crashed. That is the time where it collided, where it suddenly went down. In fact, there are people who are also giving out details about how this could have happened. It departed at 13:39 hours, was carrying 242 passengers, crew members on board the Boeing 7878 aircraft. Of these, like I mentioned, 169 Indians, 53 British nationals, 1 Canadian national, and 7 Portuguese nationals were there. And the terrifying final moment that we are putting out on the screen of the Air India flight that crashed into a hostel. The plane was seen flying low. It struck the hostel. Plane crashed from 825 feet high. The Ahmedabad plane crash. And Niranjan, I also wanted to ask you, like I was earlier, we spoke to passengers. There was Bhumi Chauhan, who missed the Air India London flight by just 10 minutes. And she spoke with you. She spoke about how This seemed to have been...
Yes.
Okay, but before that, I'm going to take a quick break and we're going to be back non-stop on the chilling moments, the Boeing burst into inferno, all the top updates on that, and who is responsible for the airplane crash. Much more on that after a short break. Stay on with us.
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ गुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबान कैसी?
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
मेरी नई हुंडई एक्स्टर तुमने भी तो कल नई कार ली है ना, उसमें भी तो होगा ना ये वॉइस इनेबल सनरूफ।
है ना अंकल, सिंगर इनेबल सनरूफ।
और बेनिफिट्स ये तो मिले होंगे ना?
ये मिला।
हाँ? हुंडई कार्स पर मिल रही है अमेजिंग डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई ही, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की।
Amity University has one of India's largest merit scholarship programs for brilliant students. Over 9,000 students with 90% plus in their 12th boards are currently at Amity, benefiting from the Amity University has one of India's largest merit scholarship programs for brilliant students. Over 9,000 students with 90% plus in their 12th boards are currently at Amity, benefiting from the culture of academic excellence and focus on research and innovation. To be with like-minded students who want to be successful, apply at amity.edu/scholarships.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले big.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ गुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबान कैसी?
Welcome back. You're watching the live coverage of the Ahmedabad plane crash. Ridhamanand Bardwaj is live with me in the studio as we go non-stop, getting you the live updates from the ground as well. Rhythm, London-bound Air India flight crashing into a doctor's hostel, a junior's doctor hostel within 2 to 3 minutes. You know, the entire... you see the impact of that crash. The plane was carrying nearly 56,000 litres of fuel, and we don't have details about survivors yet. We are waiting for more details to come in. We will wait for an official word. But that's, you know, those are heartbreaking pictures showing you the impact of that crash. Went straight into the building, the tail jutting out of that building, the fuselage showing inside the building. And we are still waiting to get the full details of the impact of this crash. Rhythm.
Yes, that's right. And Niranjan, like we were telling you, the Prime Minister has also spoken. He has said they are saddened beyond words. We are showing you pictures of the moment after the crash, the biggest aviation tragedy, 242 passengers on board. The plane flew in from Delhi first, had landed at Ahmedabad at 11:40 p.m. The airplane crashed near Ahmedabad. Air India 171 crash was on its way to London Gatwick from Ahmedabad, and it crashed immediately. The plane takes off from runway 23. The plane crashes in Ahmedabad, and it is clear to see what could have happened. The engine failures came after the takeoff. Technical snag came post the takeoff. There could have been an engine flame that came out. we're also now at this time being told there could have also been instrumental failure of the engine box. Now, several engine failures and other things that we are looking at. We're showing you pictures of the on-camera plane seen flying low as we are speaking. We've also accessed the DGCA letter to Air India 6 days ago. That letter that showed about how DGCA pulled up Air India for its worthlessness on the international flight, and also spoke about how measures had to be there. And this is the time when Republic TV now says it's time Air India and Tata's answer. A templated response by Tata's is not going to do. The DGCA pulling up is very clear. In fact, we're going to put out that show cause notice, and I'm going to read from it. The show cause notice says, whereas during the spot checks and review of the airworthiness review certificate, which is called the ARC, intimation documents conducted by the inspection team of this office, a discrepancy has been observed. And in bold it has been written, the letter dated 3rd June 2025 to the DGCA. It says several aircraft have flown with expired emergency equipment detail is mentioned in this attached investigation report. Aircraft was flying with old C of R and owner's plates detail is mentioned in this report. Organization failed to submit the compliance with due date mentioned in the DRF has also been raised by this office. This representation has been received. They failed to organize this. Several aircraft flew with expired emergency equipment, and yet no action was taken. In fact, I also want to, Niranjan, go across to 15th Jan letter that we have, in which it was also... Okay, I also want to go across to Kedarnath, the cousin of Naganthoi Sharma, crew member of Air India, who was on the flight. Kedarnath, we are speaking with you. It is a very sad moment where we are seeing 133 casualties in the Air India plane crash. When was the last time you'd spoken with your cousin, who was a crew member on this flight, sir?
Actually, her sister spoke with her yesterday in the afternoon. Before she was speaking about leaving for London today and coming back for the Rath Yatra festival out here. That yesterday was the last time.
Was there any indication of anything in the flight untoward? Did she mention anything? Has she mentioned in the past?
No, nothing like that. Nothing like that. It was just a routine or usual flight for her. That's the technical part. We are not sure about those things, but she never used to talk about those things.
Yeah. Do you have any details of her condition, sir? Are you in touch with Air India? What is the airline telling you about her condition?
Actually, we are not able to get any information from the airline side right now, and if possible, can we speak sometime later on, because here it's very inconsolable moments out here.
Yes, absolutely. Sir, please, Kedarnath, prayers for your cousin, and we're hoping that she's safe and things are better, because we're knowing that the injured have been rushed to the hospital. Viewers, I gave you more details of the 242 passengers, 2 pilots, 10 cabin crew. One of them, the cousin Kedarnath, we just spoke to him. The aircraft departed from the runway at 1:39. Republic accesses the DGCA letter to Air India 6 days ago, which I was reading out from. We also have another letter where there have been several complaints that have been made. One of them which brings to attention the subsequent tampering of evidence related to matters which involved collusion between certain senior officials of Air India and stakeholders, including individuals with DGCA. Specific complaint pertains to cockpit entry violation, that is CEV. This was written on 15th Jan this year, and this has been written by the CRM, that is Crew Rostering Manager of Air India, Akanksha, who had written that a senior administrator like yourself will recognize that this incident was handled in a manner that surpassed all ethical details. She says the violation was also there that prohibited anyone from being in the cockpit. But I'm going to stay with these visuals where we are showing you 58,000 liters fuel in the tanks when they left. Students of the BJ Medical College stay in the hostel where it crashed. As we're saying, Air India must answer. We're also giving you details about what happened at the time of the crash, Niranjan, where 30 to 50 students were in that compound when the plane crashed in the BJ students' hostel.
Yeah. More in fact, updates that we're getting in right now. World leaders responding to this. Emmanuel Macron, the French president, saying that he has learned about the tragic accident that took place in Ahmedabad, saying that in this hour of grief, France extends its thoughts to the loved ones of the victims as well as to the Prime Minister of India. That's a message that came in. But in the last few years, Rhythm, this is one of the biggest aviation tragedies in India. Air India Express in Calicut, Kozhikode in 2020, 21 lives were lost. That was a Boeing 737-800. An Alliance Air flight in Patna in the year 2000, 60 passengers had died, were killed in that crash. In 1990, an Indian Airlines flight 605, it was an Airbus A320, 92 of the 146 were killed in that air crash. In Mumbai, 1978, a Boeing 747, all 213 were killed in a crash. 1973, 48 people were killed in a crash that involved a Boeing 737. An Indian Airlines flight 403, this is the year 1982, Airbus A300, 17 lives were lost. And Boeing 737 in the year 1991, 69 lives lost. So that makes it one of the biggest tragedies, if not the biggest, tragedy in recent times. Rhythm.
Yes, absolutely. And like you mentioned, there are several people coming in, but I also want to take our viewers to visuals that we're just going to be putting out of the rescue operations visual, the NDRF and the RAF team that are also on the staff. We're also being told now that a message is coming in. General Anil Chauhan, Chief of Defence Staff, all personnel of Indian Armed Forces express their deepest condolences for the tragic aircraft accident of Air India in Ahmedabad. We're also now being told details are coming in. And this is coming in right now from an MP in UK who says, I have raised this, thanked the emergency services working at speed this morning. All right, so we'll see what has to be done with that. But we're also getting more news about the fire brigades that had been rushed to the spot earlier. We're also showing you visuals right now. First visuals on the screen, on camera, the moment the Air India plane crashed. The biggest aviation tragedy, December 2014, when nearly 100 were stranded on the same flight in December 2024. And now we're getting more details of what... We're getting more visuals of the hospital and the rescue operations that are on way. First ever Boeing 787 crash that has taken place, the biggest aviation tragedy. Hope dims also, viewers, for survivors of this crash. We're trying to get more details on that. And let me give you more details of the aircraft departed from runway at 1:39 p.m. It is also the same Air India in December 2024, the same flight that was grounded after major fault. Republic accesses the DGCA letter to Air India 6 days ago. Also on June 6, DGCA pointed out the lapses in India operational procedure. We're telling you and showing you the pictures and non-stop coverage of this crash that took place within 5 minutes of takeoff. At the same time, we're also telling you, as Republic TV also does, who's taking accountability. There needs to be more than a templated response by Tata, and accountability needs to be taken. The Ahmedabad top cops are now speaking out on this, and we need to understand the Air India plane crash boarding flight saw smoke. Republic accesses the DGCA letter to Air India. I'm going to read out from the letter. We also, a short while ago, had the Minister of State speaking to our editor-in-chief. We're also going to go across to that in just a bit. Let me go across to a reaction coming in from an eyewitness.
मैं कार्गो के इंडस्ट्री में बिजनेस करता हूँ, एयरलाइंस में। मेरा पीछे यहाँ 200 मीटर पहले ऑफिस है, रिया एयर कार्गो एक्सप्रेस। यहाँ पे जो ऑफिस है बाहर निकला तो मैंने देखा कि आवाज़, जोर से आवाज़ आया विंग्स का, फिर पूरा धुआं भर गया। लोग यहाँ से भगदड़ मची। उसके बाद आके देख रहे थे ये हादसा की स्थिति। आने के बाद देखा कि पूरा मलबा बिखरा हुआ, आग लगी है, पूरा धुआं गुब्बारा है, कुछ भी दिखाई नहीं दे रहा, समझ में नहीं आ पा रहा था क्या है।
मैं यहीं मेरे ऑफिस में बैठी थी, जैसा धड़ाका हुआ मैं वहाँ ऑफिस से वहाँ गई। बहुत बड़ा प्लेन क्रैश हुआ था, तो बहुत धुआं और आग लगी थी। बाद में जो प्लेन में से निकाले हैं वो लोग भी बहुत बड़ी।
All right. We also have a guest right now, and we're going to go across to former General Secretary of Air India Cabin Crew Association, Vijay Rao, who's now joining us and is live with us. Mr. Rao, we've seen what happened here. We've also got show cause notices that were earlier given to Air India, sir. You've been a part of the Air India Cabin Crew Association. The show cause notices show very serious lapses that had also been occurred. This is the same flight that had been grounded in December also. We had seen lapses and messages that had gone earlier also to DGCA. What do you think was really the reason, that could have been the reason behind the biggest aviation tragedy, this airplane crash of Air India?
Good evening.
Good evening, sir.
We need to understand that there is not a particular incident that we can blame this crash for. There are multiple issues that we need to address. And I'm sorry I'm being blunt, but the DGCA is exactly a rogue organization. These letters that they send are of no consequence. And these letters have been sent for the last 30 years. The DGCA is only keeping their records clean that we have taken. There is no penal action taken. And we were just waiting for this to happen, madam. 8 years I've been fighting in all the courts in Bombay. Unfortunately, the courts also did not consider it. But there are violations galore in Air India. Not from today, it's from 2008. The officers of Air India run roughshod over everything. They can buy over the DGCA. And I take full responsibility for this statement. Now, today's crash, the residential area next to the airport, the DGCA should have taken care of that. In fact, there was a writ petition filed by an activist, Yashwant Shenoy. In Bombay, the funnel approach, we got the buildings demolished. But this has to be done by the DGCA. The airlines is only looking at their profit margin. They couldn't care about air safety. They couldn't care about the passenger's life. And I make this statement with full responsibility. In fact, 10 days back, I have tweeted to the Civil Aviation Minister himself, said, look at the files. Madam, I have a report where Air India, when they started the Dreamliner operations to Australia, they themselves had a report that operating these flights in that manner had a 2,600% incident rate. But we still operated the flight. And people got promotions for that because the profit margin increased. It's very easy for ministers to come and make statements. It's unfortunate. I mean, today the minister is an educated US returned MBA. I hope at least now he will call for the papers. Look at what went wrong in the DGCA. The DGCA will cover up, and I will tell you this, the DGCA will say, oh, we got instructions from the political bosses not to do anything. But we were waiting for this disaster to happen in the last 8 years. There is another Captain Kanani who's brought it to the notice. But the DGCA will not take action. Those documents and that letters that you see from DGCA are nothing but records. They will say we issued a letter. They cannot stop at that. There has to be penal action. If you remember 2010, the government said that any violations impose penal provisions, drunken driving or assaulting a passenger. Where is that? Nothing is to be seen. And these people will hoodwink the courts.
Yes. In fact, sir,
the courts don't understand aviation language, and that is also creating a problem for us. But the fact is, 8 years there are crew who have been fighting in courts. 8 years there are crew who have been bringing it to the notice of DGCA that Air India it's not only Air India. Most airlines operating today with a minimum crew are in violation. But the DGCA couldn't care less. I'm sorry I'm being very blunt. I take full responsibility for what I'm saying.
Yes, sir. In fact, I also want to ask you these messages and what you're saying. There are people who are fighting this in the court. But I also want to ask you the culpability, the negligence of the Tatas and Air India, a templated response and condolences from them cannot do right now. India is outraged right now, sir. And I also want to ask you,
Madam, I totally agree with you.
And I also want
for
to...
your kind information,
sir,
Tata has filed a defamation suit on me in the Delhi High Court for exposing these documents on Facebook. I told the minister, call for the papers. If I've defamed, hang me. I've got no problems. But the fact remains is nobody looks at the documents. His ears are filled.
Okay.
The minister will only listen to
Sir, I'm just going to interrupt you for a moment because where my reporter is reporting from, they are being moved out from that area. So I want to quickly go to him for a quick live. Moin is joining us. Moin, जहाँ पे आप हैं, वहाँ पे बहुत सारे लोग हैं जो अभी अंदर गए. हमें बताइए वहाँ पे क्या हो रहा है.
देखिए यहाँ पे बहुत सारी डेड बॉडीज आ रही है, स्टेचस भी लगाई है, सारी सुविधा की गई है. एम्बुलेंस पे एम्बुलेंस आ रही है, आप देख सकते होगे मेरे पीछे कि ये डेड बॉडीज आ रही है और सारी सुविधाएं हो रही है. आप
बोलिए मोइन, बोलिए.
गाड़ी हाँ, देखिए एक और एम्बुलेंस आ रही है, आप देख सकेंगे मेरे पीछे. और एम्बुलेंस पे एम्बुलेंस और डेड बॉडी पे डेड बॉडी. मेरे ये यहाँ पर सब अभी यही लोकेशन है, लाइव लोकेशन पे. स्टेचस यहाँ पर लगाए गए हैं. बिल्कुल स्टेचस लगाए गए. डॉक्टर भी सब अपनी पूरी कोशिश कर रहे हैं डेड बॉडीज को लाने ले जाने में. गाड़ी काफ़ी तेज़ी से, बहुत सारी एम्बुलेंस आ रही. जी
मोइन, आप बताइए जहाँ पे आप खड़े हैं, जो आप दिखा रहे हैं हमें, वहाँ पे बहुत सारे स्ट्रेचर्स, एम्बुलेंसेज आ रही हैं. थोड़ा सा ज़्यादा बताइए कितने अभी लोग वहाँ पे अंदर घायल जा चुके हैं, कितनी एम्बुलेंसेज जा चुकी हैं. जब से आप आए हैं वहाँ पे कितने डॉक्टर्स अंदर गए हैं, वहाँ पे अंदर किस तरीके का इलाज चल रहा है, बाहर कैसे एम्बुलेंसेज आ रही हैं, हमारे दर्शकों को बताइए.
एम्बुलेंस तो एम्बुलेंस तो मैम आपको मैं बता ही नहीं सकता क्योंकि बैक टू बैक आ रही है. मैं जब से यहाँ पर आया हूँ तब से कम 25 से 30 एम्बुलेंस आ चुकी है और अभी भी आ रही है. आप देख सकते हैं मेरे पीछे अभी आ रही है एम्बुलेंस. देखिए वो कितनी तेज़ी से आ रही है. देखिए ये एम्बुलेंस आ रही है. हाँ, ये एम्बुलेंस देखिए आ रही है. देखिए चालू ही है, मतलब एक के बाद एक एम्बुलेंस आते ही जा रही है, डेड बॉडीज आती ही जा रही है, स्टेचस लगी हुई है. स्टेचस ये देखिए, ये बॉडी आई, स्टेचस अभी स्टेचस में लेके इनको अंदर लेकर जाएंगे हॉस्पिटल के अंदर. सब डॉक्टर भी फटाफट अपना काम कर रहे हैं. एक अलग ही माहौल है यहाँ पे. ये देखिए बॉडी को ले जा रहे हैं अंदर, स्टेचस में रखकर बॉडी को अंदर ले जाया जा रहा है. और ऊपर एक कपड़ा जैसा वाइट कुछ उनको ढकने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं बॉडी को और ले जाया जा रहा है. और देखो यहाँ पे पब्लिक सबका ध्यान रखते हुए सबको पानी भी पिला रहे हैं क्योंकि गर्मी बहुत है. सब लोग परेशान है, मतलब किसी को कुछ पता ही नहीं चल रहा है, ऐसा यहाँ पे हाल है.
बिल्कुल
देखिए मेरे पीछे आप स्ट्रेचर से, एम्बुलेंस से, लोग हैं इतने मेरे पीछे. आप यहाँ पे देख सकते हैं इतने सारे लोग हैं जो यहाँ पे काम कर रहे हैं. एम्बुलेंस आ रहे हैं, जैसे एम्बुलेंस के अंदर बॉडी आ रही है उसको स्टेचस पे लेकर तुरंत अंदर ले जाया जा रहा है. डॉक्टर्स भी अच्छी खासी मेहनत कर रहे हैं.
बिल्कुल मोइन, मैं चाहती हूँ कि आप जो हमें फोटोग्राफ्स, वीडियोस दिखा रहे हैं, हम उसके साथ रहें फुल फ्रेम. और मैं अपने गेस्ट के पास वापस जाऊँगी, बट हम आपके जो आप वीडियोस हमें भेज रहे हैं, जो आप बोल रहे थे, कुछ भी हो आपके पास अब वापस आएंगे. बट लाइव आप ही के कैमरा को हम कट शॉट कर रहे हैं. एंड आई वांट टू गो बैक टू माय गेस्ट हु वाज अर्लियर जॉइनिंग अस, KVJ Rao, former General Secretary of the Air India Cabin Crew Association. I want to first go across and also, Mr. Rao, talk to you about the several aircraft that had flown with expired emergency equipment detail that have been mentioned. I also want to ask you to get this fact into understanding, sir. This has been the biggest aviation tragedy, but several people are saying it's been the first ever crash of Boeing and of this Boeing 7878 All right, Boeing issues a second statement. I want to first go across to the breaking news that's coming in on that. And that particular statement, Boeing has said, and I'm reading out now the second reply of Boeing to Republic's email. The big news, Boeing issues another templated response to Republic's serious questions. They say we're in contact with Air India regarding Flight 171 and stand ready to support them. This is in reply to the question, and they say, here is our updated statement. This can be attributed to Boeing spokesperson. We are in contact with Air India regarding Flight 171. We stand ready to support them. Our thoughts are with the passengers, crew, first respondents, and all affected. Thank you. Greet Georgina Raman, who's the communication specialist for Defence, Boeing, UK, Ireland, and Nordics. I'm going on the story, but first, we're trying to get in touch with Boeing. A second reply from Boeing is given to Republic's email of pointed questions being asked to Boeing about how this plane crashed. What could have possibly gone wrong? Was this a technical snag which had 2 pilots, 10 cabin crew on their flight? Boeing, Air India, in touch with Air India, Boeing says. And this is, however, a very standard response. We're continuing to play video from the runway of what happened. And I want to go back to my guest who continues to be with us here. We have Vijay Rao, former General Secretary of Air India Cabin Crew Association. And Mr. Rao, like I earlier asked you, there was earlier also details about the snags. But first, I also want to show you this video. Moment when the passenger saw smoke. A video that had been shot. Moment when the passenger saw smoke. He was inside the airport. If we can have the nat sounds on that. Okay, and as he's seeing that and they are seeing what happened outside, they are inside the airport, the Ahmedabad airport. And I'm going back to my guest here. Now, we're showing you several letters that had been written, the show cause notices that had also been given, interestingly, by the DGCA to Air India. However, there were no responses to this. And I want to get in a sense, even if there was a response, look at the kind of fatal language, Mr. Rao, that has been used here. The Ahmedabad plane crash, which the Prime Minister has said he's saddened beyond words. In the show cause notices, it has been said several aircraft had flown with expired emergency equipment detail. It's mentioned in this report. CFR and owner's plate detail is also mentioned, and there was a failure to submit the compliance with due date mentioned in the DRF. Do you think this disaster, Mr. Rao, could have been avoided?
A lot of things could have been avoided if proper decisions were made at the right time. I can show you reports where there have been reports where the pilots were wrongly scheduled on an aircraft. So we had an issue with that. I can show you reports where DGCA wrote that the pilots were fudging their medical reports. See, these incidents will not happen. There are so many incidents that have taken place where Air India has covered up and DGCA has covered up their things in a lot of issues. And DGCA, as I said, is only a cover-up agency. We have not learnt from our experiences. Let me make that very clear to you. We wait, we are not proactive, we are reactive. After the incident takes place, now there will be a post-mortem, we will be crying horse for the next 10 days. This matter is forgotten till the next accident takes place. Everything is hunky-dory. We'll have ministers coming, ministers going. That's not the issue. The thing is, like I said, we need to address the issue at the grassroots level, and the grassroots level is the DGCA. The government earlier wanted to make DGCA an independent body, and that was thwarted. The reason it was thwarted is so that the DGCA will be under the thumb of the political masters.
Yes, sir. As I want to come back to you later, I just want to interrupt you for 1 minute. As we're slipping into a quick break, we're back on the other side. We're getting more news and update on the number of lives lost. We're going to come back with that as we stay with non-stop coverage. And a reminder, Air India and Tata's must answer. Stay on with us.
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar. Guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IIHM.
MDH Biryani Masala.
पारंपरिक बिरयानी का असली स्वाद।
असली मसाले सच सच MDH
Hey Kia, take us to the big four. Open the sunroof.
Presenting Garance Clovers, made for epic journeys.
Kia, movement that inspires. Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते।
सर फैंस है शोर तो करेंगे ही ना।
नए वाले नहीं करते। And दिल।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
Not a mad man. Why you need RCB?
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते।
सर फैंस है शोर तो करेंगे ही ना।
नए वाले नहीं करते। And they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans, super silent performance with voice control.
सिली मियाँ तो और
Cricket fans.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
Not a mad man. Why you need RCB? Even I don't drink Royal Challenge also. Not a mad man. I am just a member of the Karnataka Cricket Association from my younger days. That's all. I don't.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
MDH.
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar. Guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IAHM.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
And we're getting you breaking news on the biggest tragedy that we have seen, the Air India crash that has now been seen the visuals on the screen of the Air India crash that has taken off from Ahmedabad to London. I'm getting you the breaking news that's coming in. The London-Delhi flight that was to come, the airplane had a technical fault in London itself. The same plane in its London-Delhi flight was delayed by 90 minutes due to a fault in London just last evening. We're also going to be trying to go to a passenger on the London-Delhi flight to get more details on that. But if indeed there was a technical fault in this air flight, why was it then being taken off? Why did it take off? What was really happening? Who's going to be held accountable and who's going to be giving us details? We're also now being told, as we're getting a pass. Okay, I'm joined now by Vijay Rao. Vijay Rao, I've just broken that news for us. We're also going to go across to a passenger who was on the London-Delhi flight. While it was taking off from London, the same flight, the same plane had some technical fault and therefore it was delayed during takeoff from London last evening itself.
Yes, ma'am. I mean, technical delays are natural. I mean, that we cannot avoid that. It's a machine will malfunction. But if that technical aspect has been cleared by the engineers and the aircraft has been certified to fly, it's perfectly okay. But we will not be able to connect the dots from what happened ex-London to what happened ex-Ahmedabad. It's an aircraft, it flies, there are issues. But I would like to make it very clear, but there are a lot of violations that take place and the DGCA has been silent
sir,
on.
Mr. Rao, I'm just going to interrupt you for one moment. Rakshita's also with me, my colleague, and I'm going to go across to Abhishek, my colleague. Abhishek, you're getting us those details. Give us more details about what really happened. You've also been in touch with that passenger. There was a technical fault, Abhishek, apparently last evening when the same plane took off from London.
Well, yes, Ridham. So in its inbound journey from London to Ahmedabad via Delhi, the same Boeing 787 Dreamliner aircraft, which turned into that fireball during the ill-fated flight from Ahmedabad to London, just outside of Ahmedabad airport immediately after takeoff. In fact, it had some technical issues. There was some fault, which of course we don't know as yet, but we have spoken to a person who was on board this flight from Ahmedabad to Delhi, and from London to Delhi, and he has told us that there was some technical issue in the same plane, and the plane was stuck at the London airport, Gatwick airport for about 90 minutes. The fault was corrected and then the plane took off. Now we cannot say whether the fault that led to the crash a few hours back outside at Ahmedabad airport is the same fault because of which the flight was delayed when the same plane took off from London last evening. But it seems that there were multiple issues with the plane already, and that might have contributed to the plane not getting enough thrust and crashing in outside Ahmedabad airport, and leading
just
to
for a minute.
a situation where we are being told, and the Ahmedabad police commissioner has been quoted.
Abhishek, I'm just going to interrupt you for one moment. I think the passenger whom Abhishek was in touch with, Mr. Akash Watts, is also now joining us. Mr. Akash Watts, if you can tell us what was the technical snag that was there on the flight when you were returning from London to Delhi?
No. I was not returning from London to Delhi. I was from Delhi to Ahmedabad sector of the same plane which departed from Ahmedabad to London Gatwick.
Right. So what did you see anything? I saw your tweet. Was there anything that you noticed in the flight?
See, in the tweet, I had shared 2 videos and 2 photographs. So in one of the video, I have recorded like about the it was not working, right? It was on the takeoff as well. You know, the compressor was either going on, off again and again, right? Which is kind of unusual thing. Second thing, as usual, the in-flight entertainment was not working. Am I audible?
Yes, yes. Please go ahead, Mr. Vats.
Yeah. So the AC was not working, on-off, compressor on-off, and then this in-flight entertainment was not working. Then after takeoff, also I noticed something, near the overhead cabin. My seat was 25A. I was just next to the left engine. Right, I was just next to the left engine, and I was when I was looking out of the window, the flight was at cruising altitude of 32,000 feet. But the flaps, they were kind of unusual. I have never seen. I have flown so many times, so many places, but I have never seen such kind of things happening. Right, I have never seen such kind of thing happening. That was very unusual to me, and as over at the side में there was one silver able to see today, a silver coil, black wire. I thought that ऐसे डाल दिया होगा, and I just ignored it. So this is very unusual. These things were very unusual for me, and I'm stammering today because I'm traumatized, very much traumatized. My life just got saved. I was traveling with my father and tonight in 4 hours from Air India only. So I'm very
Yes, Akash, as you were mentioning that you noticed some unusual things. And do you feel that there were, because on the flight you mentioned about the in-flight entertainment not working, but was there anything else that you could share that was not right? And in the past, do you feel that you've observed such things?
Okay, so I'll be like right now I'm 120 kilometers away from Ahmedabad. I'm going back to the airport, right? I just want to upload 2 videos. One is of the takeoff, one is of the landing. I would be sharing those.
Okay.
For me, though, those things are unusual, but I'm not sure if for aviation expert those things are unusual or not. So I'll be sharing the videos once I am at Ahmedabad airport or once.
Yes, you please do share those videos with us, because this is a huge tragedy. It's one of the biggest biggest aviation tragedies, rhythm that India has witnessed. And the fact that there are lapses that are clearly being pointed out in these videos by the gentleman who has joined us, that really raises many questions, not from the passenger's point of view, what has been observed, and also what Republic TV has access in terms of the show cause notices.
Well, absolutely. Akash, in fact, you also said you're going back to the airport. You've also told us, and my complete empathy is with you and your father, Akash, because you just told us you were on that flight. We can't even imagine the kind of ordeal this has been for someone who was just on that flight. That has been the biggest aviation tragedy that we are seeing of our times. You also said you'd like to be giving out more details to the Air India authorities. You mentioned some of them. Can you also tell us when you were taking off, when you were coming down, did you notice if there was any sort of discrepancy that you noticed around you inside the plane? Other than, of course, like you mentioned, this is very strange that there was actually no in-house entertainment. But other than that, what else did you see around you? Specifically, the lapses that you saw in this flight before it went from here on its onward journey to London.
Yes. Okay. So apart from the in-flight entertainment, as I told you, there was some silver coil and a black wire and some tissue papers hanging up near the overhead cabin. I told you those were also very unusual for me. And other than that, nothing else. The takeoff was very smooth. The landing was very, very smooth. In fact, my seat was 25. I was just above the wheels. But despite that, the landing was very, very smooth. I did not notice any such thing apart from these things, but the flaps things, yeah. The flaps during takeoff and landing were kind of unusual. In fact, the left side of the wing only. The left side of the wing, or like, I don't know, there was something unusual in that, which I noticed.
Yes. Okay, before we actually let you go, and I want to ask you one more question. I was again going through what you have. We're going to also, viewers, put out We're also showing you what Akash had put out, that there was no entertainment on that flight. But also, Akash, this is the flight that had some technical snag. That's one of the things that is now coming out. We're going to see further about what really happened. But you're on your way to Ahmedabad airport. Maybe from there we'll once again try and get in touch with you. You flagged the lapses in this flight. We're also telling you that there is possible there could have been some equipment that could not be working, some compliances which were not taken. An investigation is now going to completely be carried out. But one of the things that we are seeing after the plane air crash that happened, one of the biggest things that we are seeing on that crashed in Ahmedabad, that we are showing you the lapses of also, is that there has to have been some oversight as well, Akash, which of course you would not know of, but like you're saying, what was the air crew that you were talking and speaking to like on that flight? And also during takeoff, like I asked you, and while it was arriving, did you see anything around you? Did you notice something different around you?
Okay, so just one thing, it is related to whatever I have told you. In the video also it is visible. The thing is, if we are paying this much, right? Yes. That's why I don't like Boeing 787 come to that point. Because we don't have the option to move the flaps up and down, right? It can only be adjusted 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, light and dark, that's all. Second thing is, there was no button overhead. There was no button overhead to call the cabin crew, nothing. Because I was suffocating when I made the video on the ground, I was literally suffocating, right? I wanted to talk to the cabin crew to tell them about the issue. And as I was sitting on the window, right, I wanted to call them and ask them, or even tell them from my point of view, I think there's something wrong. But I was not able to do it. And right after takeoff, obviously we were served meals. The cabin crew came, but that time, as I told you, the compressor was going on and off, so I adjusted. I was continuously in touch with my father about this, but he told me, okay, theek hai, chalta hai. One more thing, my seat was window seat. I switched my seat with my father. I came to the middle seat because I was feeling very hot, due to sunlight as well. So I asked Papa, you come this side, window seat, and I'll take the middle seat because I'm feeling very hot and I'm feeling suffocated. So he came that side. And there was one more thing I wanted to tell, but I think it got skipped from my mind. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. So I told you the buttons were not working. I was not even able to call the cabin crew. The cabin crew calling button was there in the remote, right? I have clearly shown in the video. That was not working. Apart from that, I was neither able to turn on the light overhead. AC का तो भूल जाओ, light नहीं थी. Which I don't know how can this be passed before for flying. Problem, so many lags in the aircraft. How can it even be passed by the engineers? This is a big, big slap on Air India. I'll be very honest and clear. And I just request Air India for my safety, for my flight back to Delhi, which is at 10:10 tonight.
You know, I'm picking up two things here. We're also going to get you some more breaking news, and I'm going to go across to that in a minute. But Akash, what you just said, it is in relation to what we are going to viewers break out next for our viewers. You spoke about the fact that you were feeling suffocated. We're going to be breaking out some details about the oxygen cylinders that were taken on, Akash, and you were just telling us you were being suffocated. And I also want to bring across to our viewers the worry, the concern in the voice of the passenger, Akash, what's up? Because he has to take a flight and he's very concerned about his safety. It's visible on his face, the worry. He's also traveling with his father. And Akash, like you mentioned, I am praying and I'm very sure that you will be fine on your flight. Akash, if you could stay on with us. The next breaking news that we're getting for our viewers, the complainants have not been taken seriously by Air India. The breaking news that's coming in right now, Air India did not comply with the DGCA show cause notices that are there with us. The complaints were raised by Air India pilots, were ignored by Air India and DGCA. DGCA is now mulling whether there needs to be a termination. I want to quickly go across to Harsha, who's breaking out that news for us. Harsha, give us more details. You're telling us exactly what a passenger on the same plane was telling us, about oxygen suffocation, oxygen cylinders. You telling us 2 captains in the Air India earlier raised the issue of faulty oxygen cylinders in the aircraft and raised this matter, Harsha, with the CEO Campbell Wilson. You're also giving us these letters that are there with us. Give us more details, Harsha.
Rhythm is very bizarre and extremely shocking that the show cause notices were issued from the side of DGCA to Air India, but Air India was clearly sleeping on those show cause notices. Not even one Boeing aircraft, not even 777 or 787 for whom the faulty equipments were found during inspections, not even one of the Boeings were maintained. They were due for inspection, the engines were not changed, the machines were not replaced, and the flight was allowed to operate. The flight was allowed to operate. 5th June is the letter where the DGCA is clearly stating Air India is asking Air India not to operate the airline, not to operate the aircraft as the engines are faulty, the equipments are faulty, the equipments have expired, but still Air India decided to operate this Boeing 787 and keep the lives of 242 passengers in danger. At what cost? At the cost of earning money, at the cost of making profits. That's the intensity of the mindset of the people at Air India. Campbell Wilson, who is one of the offenders mentioned in the show cause notice, he just comes with a tweet. There's a tweet from the side of Air India. They only say sorry. They say we apologize. And the lives of 242 people, right now the real number is 105 casualty. The more numbers are right now coming in, like how many people have lost their lives. There are several who are critical, taken to the nearby hospital. And what we are hearing from the DGCA is that DGCA does the show cause notice. 15 days happens. DGCA again doesn't pull up the Air India, the airline. Both DGCA and Air India sleep on the show cause notice. Not once DGCA had summoned Campbell Wilson in the earlier show cause notices. And now when the incident has happened, when so many passengers have lost their lives, now Campbell Wilson is being summoned by DGCA. Now DGCA and the BCAS, after Ministry had the meeting and after the marathon meeting, now DGCA has summoned Campbell Wilson of Air India, the CEO of Air India, to come here at DGCA office and give the reasoning, the reason behind the plane crash, the reason behind the faulty equipment, the reason why the communication couldn't be set up between the pilot and ATC, and if the engines were faulty, why it was operated. Now, when the passengers' lives have lost, if DGCA would have done it with them, if DGCA would have done it when Air India didn't comply by the show cause notice, the passengers' lives would have been saved. The aircraft would not have operated. But the aircraft was operating from Ahmedabad to London. It took off, and just after, at 1:39, the communication was set. At 1:50, emergency was declared, and whoosh, the plane crashes. The plane crashes at the top of the terrace of the doctor's hostel. And this is the reality. Because of DGCA and because of Air India, this entire incident has happened. It could have not happened. It could have been the passenger's life could have been saved if that Boeing 787 was not operating, if it was kept for maintenance, but they didn't maintain it, the engines were faulty, and therefore this entire plane crash happened. Back to you.
I think this is very, very important. As we are saying now, the second breaking news that Harsha is breaking, we're going to first put that out as 1, 2 and 3. Air India did not comply with the DGCA show cause notice. Rakshita and Harsha, this is the breaking Harsha's getting us. Complaints raised by Air India pilots were ignored by Air India and DGCA. DGCA mulls over termination of the license and over the faulty aircraft now. DGCA is now setting up a 5-member inquiry team to probe this Air India crash now after 133 people have lost their lives. DGCA is now going to be summoning the Air India CEO Campbell Wilson. It didn't take place happening earlier. Now the summoning is happening, and all these show cause notices that Harsha is telling us, Harsha, now the mulling of terminating licenses of a few Boeings, they will take action against aircrafts which are faulty, they were not maintained. There have been more than 3 show cause notices, they are saying, several show cause notices in the span of 2 months. In fact, you showed us 15 show cause notices issued to Air India. Viewers, we're putting it into perspective, but once again, we go back, Rakshita, to the site of the crash, if Rakshita will speak over it. And then once again, we go back to Harsha with the breaking news that we have.
You know, Rhythm, these visuals actually demand answers from Air India and from the DGCA, who have been sitting on these complaints, sleeping over these complaints. Are they waiting for such tragedies to happen? Were they waiting for this aviation tragedy to happen, where we have hardly any hope of any survivor? Videos from the runway of the airport, moment of the crash right now, we're bringing to you, and we show you how that this is happening. This is a video shot from near the runway, I think, and you can see that runway of the airport, you can see, and we are getting in more updates as far as the rescue operations are concerned. Indian Army has of course deployed its personnel for the rescue operations. We'll get you more information on that, and meanwhile we are showing you visuals right from the moment of crash to the aftermath of the crash that happened. Remember, this crash happened in the hospital, in the hostel, in the doctor's hostel, where there were students, and there are no hopes of survivors there. There are multiple casualties reported from the ground. You understand the impact, viewers. This is right now a visual coming in from inside when the passengers saw the smoke from the airport. Indian Army has deployed 130 personnel for the rescue operation. You understand, viewers, the scale of this rescue operation. The Indian Army has been roped in. It has deployed its companies, and we are bringing you more updates on that. 130 personnel of the Indian Army have right now a part of the rescue operations as we speak. There are more updates coming in as far as the rescue operation. The NDRF, the SDRF also there, and all right, we have a reporter from outside the civil hospital also joining us right now. We are trying to just
ओके, लेट मी गो अक्रॉस टू मोइन. मोइन, आप हमारे साथ पहले भी जुड़े हुए थे. आपने बहुत अच्छी तरह पूरा विस्तार से हमें एम्बुलेंस दिखाई थी, आपके पीछे डॉक्टर्स थे, आपने हॉस्पिटल दिखाया, फिर आपके पास हम फुल फ्रेम आएंगे. हमें दिखाइए आपके पीछे क्या हो रहा है, हमारे दर्शकों को बताइए कितनी और एम्बुलेंसेज वहाँ आई हैं, वहाँ पे क्या हो रहा है. मोइन,
देखिए यहाँ पे देखिए, आप मेरे पीछे देख सकते हैं, हर 1 या 2 मिनट में एक एम्बुलेंस आ रही है, हर 1 या 2 मिनट में. आप देख सकते हैं पीछे और डॉक्टर भी काफ़ी अच्छी मेहनत कर रहे हैं कि जैसे ही बॉडी आ रही है उसको लेकर अंदर लेकर जा रही है. ये जो है बेसिकली ये सिविल ट्रॉमा सेंटर है. ये आप देख सकते हैं, ये सिविल का ट्रॉमा सेंटर है पुराने वाला, जहाँ पर सबको ले जाया जा रहा है. और डॉक्टर्स भी बहुत, जैसे ही डेड बॉडीज आ रही है
जी, कितनी एम्बुलेंसेस देखी हैं?
फटाफट उस पे एक कपड़ा डालकर करीबन लगभग अभी तक तो 40 से 45 एम्बुलेंस आ चुकी होगी अभी तक, जब से मैं यहाँ पर हूँ
जी.
और ये आप देख सकते हैं मेरे पीछे जो भीड़ है, ये रिलेटिव्स है कहीं ना कहीं, जिनके घर वाले हैं, उनके परिवार वाले यहाँ पर वेट कर रहे हैं, देख सकते हैं आप मेरे पीछे ये लोग जो वेट, इनके परिवार वाले जो है ये इंतज़ार कर रहे हैं कि क्या होगा, कैसे होगा.
जी
मोइन, आपने हमें पहले ये भी बताया कि इनके जो पैसेंजर्स हैं, इनकी फैमिलीज़ यहाँ पे हैं, आपने इनसे पहले पूछने की, बातचीत करने की किया था. मैं फुल फ्रेम आपके साथ रहना चाहती हूँ. आपके जो शॉट्स आप भेज रहे हैं, एक तरफ हम दिखा रहे हैं किस तरीके से उस बीजे हॉस्टल में ये प्लेन का क्रैश हुआ था, और दूसरी तरफ जो लोग यहाँ पे घायल हैं, जिनको लाया जा रहा है, 40 से 50 कुछ स्टूडेंट्स भी थे. काफ़ी लोग कह रहे हैं वो स्टूडेंट्स काफ़ी इंजर्ड थे, बट वो आउट ऑफ डेंजर हैं. डॉक्टर्स आपके पीछे थे. यहाँ पे 40 एम्बुलेंसेस आ चुकी हैं. आपने क्या किसी फैमिली से बात की है, कुछ आपको जानकारी उनसे कुछ प्राप्त हुई है?
हाँ, मेरी एक जस्ट अभी यहाँ मैं खड़ा था यहाँ पे, तो मेरी एक भैया से बात हुई थी. उन्होंने ये बोला कि एक फैमिली जो थी वो लंदन जा रही थी, जो कहीं ना कहीं यहाँ पर अहमदाबाद में खानपुर की फैमिली थी. खानपुर मतलब खानपुर एरिया है, वहाँ की फैमिली थी, वो जा रही थी. वो पूरी फैमिली का मतलब मेंबर डेथ हो चुका है, ऐसा जानने की मैंने कोशिश की है यहाँ के एक लोग से. लोग ज़्यादा बात नहीं कर रहे, वो लोग टेंशन में है. इतना बड़ा जो हादसा हो गया है तो ज़्यादा बात करना नहीं चाह रहे हैं. बस दुख देखा जा सकता है लोगों का. लोग इधर कतार में खड़े हैं
जी,
वेट कर रहे हैं क्या है, मतलब जिंदा है, डेथ हो गई है, क्या इंजरी हुई है, वो सब लोग आप देख सकते हैं. मैं आपको दिखाने की कोशिश कर रहा हूँ. ये लोग आप देख सकते हैं, ये सब रिलेटिव लोग हैं जो अपनी फैमिली का इंतज़ार कर रहे हैं यहाँ जस्ट सिविल ट्रॉमा सेंटर के बाहर।
जी।
और ये जो अस्पताल जो है, मैं ये अस्पताल अपने ये जहाँ क्रैश हुआ है उस जगह से अस्पताल कम से कम 10 या 12 मिनट की दूरी पे ही है। 1 किलोमीटर बताया जा रहा है, 1 किलोमीटर ही है अस्पताल भी। और मेरे पीछे आप देख सकते हैं डेड बॉडीज अभी भी है, स्ट्रेचर्स पे है, डॉक्टर वगैरह पूरी कोशिश कर रहे हैं। जैसे ही डेड बॉडी एम्बुलेंस से आ रही है उनको मतलब एक वाइट कपड़ा डालकर सीधा अंदर ले जाया जा रहा है।
जी
ठीक है, thank you Moin for being with us. This is the big story that we continue tracking. Viewers, we're slipping into a quick break. On the other side, we get you more details about the lapses that could have possibly been there, and also Air India, that it did not comply with the DGCA 15 show cause notices given to it. Who's responsible for the Air India plane crash? Much more after a short break. Stay on with us.
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ गुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल बोलो जुबा केसरी।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने। Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar. Guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IAHM.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते।
सर फैंस हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना।
नए वाले नहीं करते। And they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought.
Cricket fans.
Not a mad man. Why I need RCB? Even I don't drink Royal Challenge also. Not a mad man. I am just a member of the Karnataka Cricket Association from my younger days. That's all. I don't have time. Though I had offers to be a part of the management, I have not gone to any this one. I don't have time for my own education institution. I have resigned and left it to my other family members to take care of it. Why I need RCB? Even I don't drink Royal Challenge also.
The incident what has happened, because we never expected such a thing to happen, because this event was held in the cricket stadium by the IPL organizers, or rather KCA and DNA network, or whoever it is. But very unexpectedly there was a huge crowd and a huge rush is there. I don't think government is in any way responsible for the program which was held in the KCA. If at all government had stopped this celebration, the same people would have blamed the government, saying that they are anti-sports and they are not understanding the sentiments of the youngsters.
Took the match towards RCB side. Krunal Pandya ke जोर वाला चप्पल
Summer is here. Is your home ready for the heat? Keep your roof cool and your home comfortable all summer with Roof Cool and Seal. पसीना मत बहाओ, बर्जर रूफ कूल एंड सील लगाओ।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस है शोर तो करेंगे ही ना
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
सिली में आए तो और
Cricket fans.
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ गुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबां में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
मेरी नई हुंडई एक्स्टर तुमने भी तो कल नई कार ली है ना, उसमें भी तो होगा ना ये वॉइस इनेबल सनरूफ
है ना अंकल, सिंगर इनेबल सनरूफ।
और बेनिफिट्स ये तो मिले होंगे ना?
ये मिला।
हाँ, हुंडई कार्स पर मिल रही है अमेजिंग डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई ही, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की।
Not a mad man. Why I need RCB? Even I don't drink the Royal Challenge also. Not a mad man. I am just a member of the Karnataka Cricket Association from my younger days. That's all. I don't have time. Though I had offers to be a part of the management, I have not gone to any this one. I don't have time for my own education institution. I have resigned and left it to my other family members to take care of it. Why I need RCB? Even I don't drink the Royal Challenge also.
The incident what has happened, because we never expected such a thing to happen, because this event was held in the cricket stadium by the IPL organizers, or rather KCA and DNA network, or whoever it is. But very unexpectedly there was a huge crowd and a huge rush is there. I don't think government is in any way responsible for the program which was held in the KCA. If at all government had stopped this celebration, the same people would have blamed the government, saying that they are anti-sports and they are not understanding the sentiments of the youngsters.
Towards RCB side. Krunal Pandya ke जोर वाला चप्पल बदली.
Viewers, we continue to get you all the latest updates as far as this plane crash is concerned. Viewers, we have now breaking news coming in. This is a statement that has been issued by the message. It's a message, in fact, from the High Commission of India. Indian High Commission in London issuing emergency statement in view of this emergency situation. Now, the High Commission of India says, and I quote, next of kin or relatives of any passengers on board can contact on emergency number. They have put out that emergency number we'll put the complete numbers 07768765035. I repeat 07768765035 with regard to emergency visa assistance to travel to India if needed. So whoever wants to travel to India, for the family members of those who are on board, the Indian High Commission has set up this emergency number. It's written, I quote, please use this number only for emergency visa related queries of next of kin. Please use emergency numbers of Air India and India's Ministry of Civil Aviation also. So this is what, so the rescue operations continue, the emergency numbers are out, the control room is also operated, and more than 150 lives, viewers, more than 100 lives at least that we understand. We do not have the numbers officially yet, but we show you all videos right from the moment of crash and what followed after, just minutes after the plane crash. You can see moments after plane crash, what entailed was massive chaos, huge plumes of smoke. This was around 2 p.m. viewers, what we had shown you. We broke this story and we are constantly getting you minute by minute updates. Now relatives of, this is, we'll put the entire number on the breaking of that helpline number that has been the emergency number that has been put out by the Indian High Commission. And now this is the compound in which the plane crash, viewers. Video number 3 on your screens right now. This is the hostel. This is the doctor's hostel, and many students were there, undergrad students who have been injured. The casualties are massive, viewers, in this plane crash. One of the biggest aviation tragedy in the history of the country. Who's responsible for this? Air India, Boeing, they are all putting out, Tata Sons chairman also, all putting out templated statements. But they need to answer questions. What is behind this plane crash that happened? You can see it took off, and just moments after it crashed. It crashed right near the airport. This is a video from near the runway of the airport, and this crashed outside the airport into the doctor's hostel. It burst into flames, and how? And multiple fatalities. There's bleak hope of any survivors. We have reactions of the eyewitnesses also. Take a listen into what they had seen moments after this crash.
मैं कार्गो के इंडस्ट्री में बिजनेस करता हूँ, एयरलाइंस में। मेरा पीछे यहाँ 200 मीटर पहले ऑफिस है, रिया एयर कार्गो एक्सप्रेस। यहाँ पे जो ऑफिस है बाहर निकला तो मैंने देखा कि आवाज़, जोर से आवाज़ आया विंग्स का, फिर पूरा धुआं भर गया। लोग यहाँ से भगदड़ मची। उसके बाद आके देख रहे थे ये हादसा की स्थिति। आने के बाद देखा कि पूरा मलबा बिखरा हुआ, आग लगी है, पूरा धुआं गुब्बारा है, कुछ भी दिखाई नहीं दे रहा, समझ में नहीं आ पा रहा था क्या है।
मैं यहीं मेरे ऑफिस में बैठी थी, जैसा धड़ाका हुआ मैं
Visuals coming in right now, viewers. We'll try and get you more updates as this is, I think, from outside. Okay, I think there's a briefing by Ram Mohan Naidu. I think he has reached the crash site. Ram Mohan Naidu, the Civil Aviation Minister there. But problem in the network over there. I think that's why. Okay, now we have a clear view, and you can see Ram Mohan Naidu, Civil Aviation Minister there. He's speaking to the security officials and taking stock of the situation, taking stock of the rescue operations. And we'll try and we will see if he gives his reaction to the media as he lands there at the crash site. He was rushed to the spot in Ahmedabad, and he is speaking to the officials on ground from the crash site in Ahmedabad. And multiple companies of the NDRF have been dispatched, and Indian Army Indian Army personnel also on ground to in fact expedite the rescue operations. And remember, around 250 were on board, and FMR Gujarat Chief Minister Vijay Rupani was also on board. Boeing issuing statements, templated statements there coming in. Prime Minister Modi has also expressed condolences for those families of those who are on board. An inquiry has begun. Many questions to be answered, of course, by the DGCA, Civil Aviation Ministry, to take stock of the situation. There were multiple lapses that have been flagged in the past. We also had one of the passengers who was in the previous flight on board that same aircraft, who says and he had tweeted that there were some things weird, some things were not working, there were some lapses that he had made a video of as well, and he's already shared on social media, and he's willing to share more. And these are the questions that are raised now. In fact, viewers, the biggest story that we are tracking is that there in the span of 2 months, 15 show cause notices have been issued to Air India. In the span of 2 months, Air India did not comply despite the 15 show cause notices. This is arrogance, this is criminal negligence on part of Air India, viewers. No authorized department questioned despite 15 show cause notices, despite the faulty aircraft being in operation. DGCA now mulling. The latest update we have, it's mulling. It's still mulling. It's sitting on those complaints. It's mulling the termination of few Boeing aircraft licenses now. What was DGCA doing up until now? Was it waiting for this tragedy? This is the biggest. These are some questions that Republic TV continues to ask. It continues to ask DGCA. It asks Air India. It asks Tata. Unmaintained aircraft continue to fly. Faulty, unmaintained aircraft. DGCA is now going to act on aircraft which are faulty after over 3 show cause notices. What were they waiting for? DGCA now to summon Air India CEO tomorrow in office. DGCA to set up an investigation against Air India. 5 members of DGCA committee to investigate this plane crash now, after more than 242 passengers who were on board go through this tragedy, and there is hardly any hope of any survivors. You can see the moment of crash, the impact it had, devastation in the hostel as well. And we'll get you more than 40 doctors already have been injured, viewers, as far as the hostel is concerned in Ahmedabad, the doctors' hostel. Meanwhile, as we get you the latest updates and we raise the pertinent questions, we have the Civil Aviation Minister as we speak. He is there at the crash site, Ram Mohan Naidu. The Union Minister is at the crash site. He's speaking to the officials, taking stock of the situation as the rescue operations are being expedited. And for the past 5 to 6 hours, viewers, we have been getting you continuous coverage and minute-by-minute updates and raising all the questions. In fact, this is the biggest aviation tragedy, viewers. Air India Flight 171 that was flying to London's Gatwick Airport crashed this afternoon. And what we know is that the pilot Captain Sabharwal had flagged a problem with the engine. There was a Mayday call that was made to the air traffic control. And after what we know, air traffic control had sought a response. There was no answer anymore from the cockpit. And what followed was this tragic crash. And you can see the aftermath. You can see the aviation minister. We are going full frame with those visuals, and the aviation minister on ground taking stock of the situation where this debris, nothing but the debris, charred bodies of those passengers, many foreign nationals, many foreigners also on board this flight. Most of them, of course, Indians who were flying from Ahmedabad to London. And many children also, viewers. Many children were also part. 2 infants also part of those who were on board. Helpline numbers flashing on your screens, viewers. And Indian High Commission also has shared an emergency number for the families of those who want to fly to India for emergency visa application. Harsha continues. Rhythm continues to be with us. She's joining us from the newsroom now. You know, Rhythm, we see that the Civil Aviation Minister is right now on ground zero taking stock of the situation. But yes, the pertinent questions Republic TV continues to ask is about the lapses, about those complaints that the DGCA and Air India was sitting on for the past 2 months.
Yes, and I want to take you through those things that happened in May 2025. Rakshita, viewers that are joining in to Republic TV on the biggest aviation tragedy that has occurred. Surprise checks on aircrafts took place. DGCA conducted spot checks on several Air India aircrafts. We're being told aircraft operated with expired emergency equipment. This is what has been stated in the show cause notice. We're being told operation of aircraft with expired emergency equipment was taking place. The probe highlights inadequate internal oversights. The show cause notices are also there that show failure to comply with airworthiness management rules. We're being told in the month December 22, it is the same plane that reported a technical snag in 2024 December. We're being told the plane was also grounded. The very plane that has had this tragedy today, Air India, after a major fault was detected, it was grounded. We're also being told it is this very plane where the airline had assured issue would be resolved. This is top breaking news that we're getting you. The safety watchdog DGCA had also flagged negligence and ignorance of Air India. But the big question that Republic TV is asking right now, despite this, why was nothing done? Why is there that Air India, Boeing, the Tatas continue to give out one-word responses? Republic TV tried to reach out to Boeing that said that we're in touch with Air India, we give out support. Republic tried to reach out to Air India and Tatas. However, there is a templated response coming from there. The larger questions are not being answered by anybody, and that is what Republic TV right now is trying to ask. We're also telling you the 15 show cause notices that had been issued to Air India in the span. Okay, we're also now being...
Yes, sir.
Okay, we just gone back to reactions and we were showing you pictures of what's been happening on ground, viewers. There appears to right now the City Police Commissioner had spoken out, which giving you the hotline numbers on our screen. We're telling you what happened, the Air India passenger plane crashing in Meghani near Ahmedabad airport. We also showed you moments when the passengers boarded that flight at Ahmedabad. They saw the smoke from that Air India flight. But first, what I'm going to tell you, the Gujarat government sources were also going to be telling us details about what happened. But I'm going to stay with what we've said. The DGCA now has summoned Air India CEO tomorrow. Is this too little too late has to be questioned, viewers. Then DGCA sets up an investigation against Air India. There's a 5-member DGCA committee that's going to be investigating the plane crash. The DGCA is now mulling the termination of the few Boeing aircraft licenses. It's taking action against the faulty and the unmaintained aircrafts that are there. There is no authorized but however, 15 show cause notices, no authorized department took or questioned Air India at that time. Notices were being given out, faults were being told, however these faulty aircrafts were in operation. And who is to blame for this? Who is going to take accountability for the loss of lives numbered at 133 right now? Rescue operations underway. We've been reporting from the trauma center of the hospital where my colleague Moin was earlier joining us from. But as we continue to stay with those pictures, moment of the plane crash is with us. The Gujarat government sources, viewers, the news also coming in says there are no survivors in the Ahmedabad plane crash. 242 people were in that plane and there are now no survivors. This is a colossal, chilling loss of life that could have been avoided, Rakshita.
Right, no survivors in the plane crash, Gujarat government sources tell Republic TV. And with that, the visuals that we have been getting, there were hardly any hopes anyway, but we understand, unfortunately, that there will be any survival because you see that entire aircraft is charred. It's charred, it was up in flames right after the takeoff when it crashed. And there was only debris, there's only debris that could be witnessed there. And as even our reporter on ground zero outside the hospital, outside the civil hospital in Ahmedabad was telling us that there were more than 40 ambulances that he has witnessed outside the hospital. You can imagine with at least 250 on board. There are no hopes of any survivors right now, and Gujarat police sources, Gujarat government sources tell us no survivors in the Ahmedabad plane crash. This is the biggest air tragedy and we will continue to get all the details, minute by minute updates. Civil Aviation Minister at the crash site in Ahmedabad. We will get you all the details, all the responses, and we continue to raise the questions. What are the lapses that have been flagged? All that and more on Republic TV. Stay tuned.
Is here. Is your home ready for the heat? Keep your roof cool and your home comfortable all summer with Roof Cool and Seal. पसीना मत बहाओ, बर्जर रूफ कूल एंड सील लगाओ.
Amity University has one of India's largest merit scholarship programs for brilliant students. Over 9,000 students with 90% plus in their 12th boards are currently at Amity, benefiting from the culture of academic excellence and focus on research and innovation. To be with like-minded students who want to be successful, apply at amity.edu/scholarships.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध. MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते.
सर फैंस हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना.
नए वाले नहीं करते. And they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought.
Cricket fans.
क्या सोनम का पहले से कोई अफेयर था, आपको मालूम था? ऐसा
नहीं, कोई अफेयर नहीं था. इन दोनों की राज कुशवाहा और सोनम रघुवंशी दोनों राखी एक दूसरे को बांधते थे और राज कुशवाहा मेरे यहाँ पे एम्प्लॉय था, काम करता था पिछले 2-3 साल से. बस इतना ही पता है.
लेकिन पुलिस ने जो बोला है, गोविंद जी, पुलिस ने तो स्पष्ट कहा है कि सोनम बहुत ज्यादा संपर्क में थी राज के.
वो संपर्क में होगी क्योंकि एजा एम्प्लॉई भी संपर्क में थी और बाद में मुझे उसका आइडिया नहीं है. उसका मुझे कोई आइडिया नहीं है क्योंकि मैं खुद 22 दिनों से मेघालय में बिना खाना खाए बिना कुछ करे मैं खुद ढूंढ रहा था और अभी भी मैं 96 घंटे से सफर कर रहा हूँ और डायरेक्ट.
Summer is here. Is your home ready for the heat? Keep your roof cool and your home comfortable all summer with Roof Cool and Seal.
Very horrific, and even till now I have to say I'm in a state of shock. When the event happened, I was in Vijayawada doing the review of that airport and attending one state program. But the moment I got to know this incident happened, I wanted to be here physically at the site, try to find out more about what happened and what needs to be done. And also Honorable PM has called me and also told me to be there at the site and also look into the operations which is going on right now. And right now, if you ask me, I can only think about the passengers, their families, what they might be going through, and especially the civilians also who were there near the crash site. A lot of relief effort has been done already, right from Indian Army, NDRF.
Amity University has one of India's largest merit scholarship programs for brilliant students. Over 9,000 students with 90% plus in their 12th boards are currently at Amity, benefiting from the culture of academic excellence and focus on research and innovation. To be with like-minded students who want to be successful, apply at amity.edu/scholarships.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते.
Sir, fans है शोर तो करेंगे ही ना.
नए वाले नहीं करते. And they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me आए तो और
Cricket fans.
आपकी फेवरेट हुंडई कार्स पर मिल रही है अमेजिंग डील्स. वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई ही, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की, तो जल्दी चले आओ हुंडई शोरूम.
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का.
MDH की देगी मिर्च.
क्या सोनम का पहले से कोई अफेयर था, आपको मालूम था? ऐसा
नहीं, कोई अफेयर नहीं था. इन दोनों की राज कुशवाहा और सोनम रघुवंशी दोनों राखी एक दूसरे को बांधते थे. और राज कुशवाहा मेरे यहाँ पे एम्प्लॉय था, काम करता था पिछले 2-3 साल से. बस इतना ही पता है.
लेकिन पुलिस ने जो बोला है, गोविंद जी, पुलिस ने तो स्पष्ट कहा है कि सोनम बहुत ज्यादा संपर्क में थी राज के.
वो संपर्क में होगी क्योंकि एजा एम्प्लॉय भी संपर्क में थी और बाद में मुझे इसका आइडिया नहीं है. उसका मुझे कोई आइडिया नहीं है क्योंकि मैं खुद 22 दिनों से मेघालय में बिना खाना खाए बिना कुछ करे मैं खुद ढूंढ रहा था. और अभी भी मैं 96 घंटे से सफर कर रहा हूँ और डायरेक्टली यहाँ पे आया हूँ.
ये बड़ी बात है कि आप खुद यहाँ पर आए हैं.
उसके बाद मेरे को यूपी पुलिस ने मिलने नहीं दिया सोनम से. रात को 10:30 बजे मेरी मुलाकात उनसे हुई है, वो भी 2 मिनट के लिए मुलाकात करी. उसमें भी 25 पुलिस वाले थे. मैं उनसे कोई आंसर क्वेश्चन नहीं कर पाया. इसका भैया अगर मुझे अनुभव होता तो मैं वहाँ तक पहुँचने ही नहीं देता चीजों को. मुझे अनुभव नहीं है हत्या का.
भाई ने बोला है कि उसने शादी से पहले ये कहा था कि अगर मेरी शादी हुई तो इसका अंजाम बुरा होगा. ये आप सोनम की माँ से
नहीं, ये चीजें गलत है. सोनम की माँ को अगर धमकी देते, सोनम की माँ को अगर बताते तो कोई भी माँ अपनी बेटी के लिए ये नहीं सोचती कि घर बर्बाद होता. शादी के लिए
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Public TV. We're joining you in a day when the entire nation is mourning the loss of all the 242 passengers that were on that flight, Air India 171, which crashed on its way to London Gatwick from Ahmedabad. Rakshita and I are going to be joining you, and we're going to be giving you details. First, Rakshita, we go to the moments of the crash.
Yes. It's a moment, viewers, just what happened right after that takeoff. We're going to play out those visuals. That is the very first video you can see. It's all captured on camera. It takes off. It struggles to gain height. 600 to 800 meters, what we understand right now. And it crashes down and it's up in flames. It crashes in a doctor's hostel right, I think, 1 kilometers away from the runway. And there you have that moment of crash rhythm. This was a loud explosion and this aircraft went up in flames right after takeoff.
And we're now going to show you that video of that tail of that aircraft that was on that building. The Air India passenger plane bound for London Gatwick crashed shortly after taking off in Ahmedabad. The tail of that aircraft on that building, the BJ Hostel that was there, 40 to 50 students also injured. The tail of the plane stuck atop a building. We're giving you more details. In fact, the flight was carrying 242 passengers and crew. We're now being told there are no survivors. It involved what is now being called the most tragic accident that happened. But who is responsible? We're going to come across to that. But first, we're showing you video 2.
Right, so there you have the tail of the plane on the ground. If the fin of the plane, you can see that the plane's fin recovered outside the doctor's hostel. So you can see this entire building is damaged. The nose, the tail of the aircraft, and then the fins also. You can see from multiple angles we are showing you these visuals. And this is another video. This is video number 3, viewers. And we are trying to tell you one by one. You understand the scale of destruction that happened in this doctor's hostel. And this is the fin. That is the wing, you can say in layman's understanding of an aircraft makeup, that this is recovered from outside the doctor's hostel. And there is massive damage occurred, massive damage recurred by the building. This doctor's hostel, it's a residential area with them, in many injured as far as those students in that hostel that is concerned.
Absolutely. We show you video 4. We're showing you the black smoke that was out in the air after the Air India plane crashed in Ahmedabad. It crashed into a residential area called Meghani Nagar. They also crashed into the doctor's hostel, the BJ hospital. The plane crashed into doctor's hostel at around
burned bodies, viewers, you can see charred bodies that were recovered from the site. And it's, of course, a disturbing visual that we had to blur out. But you understand, viewers, that there were more than 200 people on board this flight. Includes 2 pilots and at least 10 members of the crew, the cabin crew, and more than 200 passengers from India and from abroad, from England as well. And there you have those visuals, charred bodies that were taken out from the debris. That aircraft that went up in flames, and disturbing visuals with them as all the burnt bodies were taken out. There were women, there were men, there were children, there were infants also on board this flight.
Oh yes, absolutely. We're showing you the next video, and we continue to show you and say Air India and Tatas have to answer. That is the big thing that has to be done. It's finally something that has to be also something they have to give out details of. This video, the firefighting operations at the doctor's hospital, we're being told 40 to 50 students are now in critical care. This was a state-of-the-art carrier. The Ahmedabad plane crash shows how it went. Very good.
This is a visual from inside the doctor's hostel, viewers. Firefighting operations continued at the doctor's hostel. You can see the scale of damage, the scale of destruction, and then the fire brigade, and the vehicles that were there. And now you have the rescue teams there combing through the plane debris. As we were showing you earlier, how charred bodies were also taken out, and the firefighting continues for hours. Viewers, this huge plumes of smoke continued to billow for hours, and you can see that the aircraft body completely damaged. You know, Rhythm, it's very important to understand if the black box is intact, because that will be very crucial to understand as far as the cause or what happened, you know, what happened during the takeoff. That is very important for the investigation. But yes, these are the visuals of the rescue teams that were trying to douse the fire and also look for survivors. And as far as the Gujarat government sources tell us, there is no survivor.
We're also now being told there is possible that there could be, and we're trying to find out what details are there on that. Now rescue teams combed through the plane debris. This was a ball of fire that we saw a short while ago. There seems that the medical college building was also damaged, like we were showing you, but we're also showing you the rescue teams combed through the plane debris. This is a chilling sight that we're showing you. We're showing you how this plane had gone up, plummeted in minutes, and after that there are firefighters at the scene. But the plane is absolutely gutted. It's black smoke. It's been charred beyond recognition. Rescue teams are now combing through the plane debris. A short while earlier, we blurred the images of the burnt, charred bodies that were seen here.
All right. Now we'll show you, viewers, about how this plane had, this plane crash. How did it, in fact, this entire flight, we can tell you details. The takeoff happened around 1:38 p.m. The scheduled, if I'm not wrong, the takeoff was scheduled for 1:38 p.m. And you can see this was at the Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel International Airport in Ahmedabad. And the takeoff time was 1:38 p.m. And we'll just show you the entire trajectory, what really happened, the sequence of events. But yes, those visuals, viewers, they are bone chilling. You can understand from that impact when this crash happened, when it just went down. And you can see that it was at a very low altitude. There are many questions which I think experts can only understand here, and we'll try and get that understanding because it was at low altitude. And remember, Rhythm, this is the first fatal crash of a 787 Boeing aircraft. There have been multiple incidents in the past that have been reported on international flights, not related to India. Also, as far as the Dreamliner Boeing 787 is concerned, but this is the first fatal accident that has been reported. We have more visuals also coming in that we are bringing to you. This is BSF who's also that has also pitched in. BSF officials there on ground zero, Rhythm, who are also part of this rescue operation, and all our security forces, right from the Indian Army to the Rapid Action Force to the BSF, they're all part of this rescue effort, and we see ambulances being rushed in one after the other.
Absolutely. We stay with those visuals. We're also going to be getting you more news. We're also being told there's possible that the Ministry of Civil Aviation has also confirmed right now flight operations have resumed at Ahmedabad operations at the Ahmedabad airport following the tragic crash of Air India flight AI 171, the London-bound Boeing 787. 242 people on board had crashed shortly after takeoff. We're showing you the visuals. There have been casualties reported. 2 pilots, 10 cabin crew were in the flight. We're also telling you how Air India ignored the show cause notices that were given earlier. These visuals of the rescue operation that are taking place, we're seeing the BSF and other central forces there. Now we go to, viewers, the big story here. Republic TV has the show cause letter issued to Air India officials. The letter that is dated June 2025, it's in my hand, highlights how several aircrafts were flown with expired emergency equipments and that there was severe failure to comply with airworthiness management rules.
Yes, there was a safety watchdog that flagged negligence and ignorance. In fact, this comes after DGCA had conducted spot checks on Air India aircraft in May 2025. It is to be noted here that top Air India officials were named as offenders in the report.
Okay, I just want to go across to a fantastic breaking news that's coming in right now as we are speaking. And we're also being joined on the phone line, possibly, by...
Okay. We have breaking news that Ahmedabad Police Commissioner has